I've been talking with the microphone off. Oh, okay. Quick synopsis. There is Sky. He's in the cat tree. We're playing Phoenix Wright, Ace Attorney Chronicles. We're on what I believe to be the last trial. Supposedly, Phoenix will be stepping back in at this point. Okay. Hopefully, scuff accomplished. And surely nothing else will go wrong. Yep. So this is the Hottie Clinic that showed up quite a ways back. Trying to recall when the first time we went there was. But there's a patient there that poses as the director pretty much every time you come there. He's really sleazy. So we'll see if that happens again. But Phoenix fell off of a bridge into a river in the middle of winter and is injured, or was injured. But supposedly it was just a cold. He's otherwise fine. I'm still up at this hour, reading through the trial record of a certain case. It's the first case my mentor, Mia Fey, had ever handled in a court of law. The horrifying truth that I refuse to accept is holding me hostage here within its pages. So the first case that Mia handled, we went through earlier as like a flashback event. And that was... we were defending a person who escaped prison who had been convicted of murder previously, in an event where they supposedly kidnapped somebody and ended up throwing them off the bridge in a standoff with a police officer. Subsequently, we show that police officer was actually the sister of the person being held hostage, and it had been a arranged kidnapping plot between all of the people involved in order to steal a valuable gemstone from the family. But the police officer betrays the guy. I think the other two of them betray the guy with the intent on keeping the earnings for themselves, and then the kidnapped girl, the supposedly kidnapped girl, betrays the police officer as well, in faking her death and taking the gemstone. That person is not charged in the course of this trial, and while it looked like it was moving towards like a victory, like an acquittal, I think they ended up proving that. The convict poisons himself with the contents of a vial that the kidnapped girl, his supposed girlfriend at the time, had told him to drink if they were ever in a situation where their love would end. He drank that and died. Subsequently, in a future trial in which Phoenix is the defendant, as a college student, Phoenix majored in, I believe, art, not law. He studied law as a hobby on the side to his art degree, despite the fact that he professed that he wanted to be a lawyer. During that, Phoenix ostensibly dated the girl that was the one that tricked the guy into poisoning himself in the previous trial. Now, we did this trial that I'm talking about before the other trial. Timeline wiggliness. But we'll see. She had started dating Phoenix as a pretext because she poisoned someone else with the same vial. And then when the police were converging, she handed the vial off to Phoenix, proclaiming love at first sight. And Phoenix bought this and kept the necklace as a keepsake of their clearly eternal love. She was interviewed by the police, and since they couldn't find a murder weapon, they couldn't hold her. They didn't arrest her. Shit, nothing went wrong there. Subsequently, she keeps trying to get it back from Phoenix, and he thinks it's just her teasing him, as in that, like, she felt it wasn't good enough of a gift, or she was embarrassed to have offered him only that. But she's trying to get it back from him because she wants it back, and it is proof of her involvement in the poisoning, this latest poisoning, and the previous poisoning. When it seems like that vial is going to be critical evidence in convicting her, Phoenix eats it. Like, he chews up the glass and metal and swallows it, and is not killed by having his insides eviscerated by glass. She is eventually convicted of the poisoning. Now, the reason that Phoenix went to the temple where he fell off the bridge, it was a burning bridge and it collapsed, is because in the paper and the advertisement for this temple, he saw a picture of what looked like Dahlia, the person I've been talking about. Thinking he saw a picture of her and wanted to figure out what was going on. Arrive here, she is a temple priestess with different colored hair. Apparently this is Dahlia. She remembers him and hasn't like outright spoken to him about it, and she's worried about how he'll react to it. So we're trying to figure out what's going on. She has now been accused of murder, and it seems like something else is going on. So that is your recap. We play this about once a week, and so every now and then we regularly need a recap like this. So yes, here we go. Dahlia Hawthorne. What I have read, I don't want to believe he's reading that prior case, where she is the one that plotted the whole gem theft. What is written here? This isn't the Dahlia I knew. It was demonstrated during that whole trial that this isn't the Dahlia you knew. After falling into Eagle River, I was somehow miraculously saved. But I ended up catching a cold that seemed to knock me around the world and back. Yes, just a cold. Little sniffles. That kind of thing tends to get you hospitalized. Take your vitamin C, folks, or it might kill you. Feel dizzy, my ears are ringing, my throat burns, and my head is on fire. That's not a cold. You're not describing a cold. I feel like you're describing early onset death. But I will recover. I have to recover by this afternoon. I have to meet with the most ill-tempered witness imaginable. But I know that he will be able to help me with it, somehow. This is Edgeworth acting as defense attorney, when he's actually, I believe, only licensed to be a prosecutor. The setting is kind of Japanese legal system. A lot of the localization tries to make it sound like it's the United States, but it's clearly not. The bridge that collapsed. Well, all the planking burned down. Somehow the, I don't know. I believe that's supposed to be metal wiring. Right. Are you sure you're well enough to be doing this? Still look a little green in the face. Or maybe Viridian in artist speak. He's calling out the color because Larry, a childhood friend of Phoenix and Edgeworth, was on the stand and is now professing to be a great artist, or an apprentice great artist, and keeps insisting on using flowery words for colors. Actually, my fever has gone down quite a bit. How's your temperature now? Only 102. Nothing to worry about. hacking cough. Anyway, I read today's trial record. You weren't bad, Edgeworth. Pretty impressive despite the circumstances. We're not in the clear yet. The main point of contention tomorrow is going to be the murder weapon. Yeah. In the end, the I think it's supposed to be Shichishito, but I've been saying Shishishito because that's not a tongue twister for me. In the end, it did not deliver the deadly blow. Which means there must be another sword hiding out there that we don't know about. The victim died before they fell from their room, which was a floor above where the sword was located. So they were stabbed after they died. Means there must be another sword hiding out there that we don't know about. Another sword, huh? Don't you worry about a thing, pal. I'll dig up the murder weapon myself, or I'll eat my coat. Once again, Edgeworth, I'll handle things from here. When Gumshoe was younger, he had a tan coat. Now he has the green coat. And we have to wonder if he made that oath sometime earlier in his life and had to eat his tan coat. Or if the coat has taken on a green hue because of its exposure to both Gumshoe and the environment in which he persists. If the latter, then eating the coat might kill him. If the former, then he can probably handle it because he's done it before. It's probably for the best. Some buttons here. Buttons. I've got to remember to get, that's it. Gotta get my stream scheduled in advance so people can see them. The stream entities created in advance. So I was thinking about paying the old precinct a little visit. There's something I want to look into. And that is our client's background. Naturally. You mean Iris, sir. It's seemingly Dahlia Hawthorne with different colored hair. I have the feeling that we've met before. Younger Edgeworth was the prosecuting attorney in the case with the escaped convict. Back when he wore an even frillier looking coat. All I want is confirmation, one way or another. And since I probably won't be getting that from you, I'm sorry, Edgeworth. Bid you adieu, Wright. Take care. Edgeworth out. Hey there, casemate. Guess I should get moving too. Why? Do you need to be somewhere? Yeah, I gotta go get to work on this bridge, pal. I'm rigging something up so that we can get across the other side. Maya and supposedly Pearl are still trapped over there. That's right, Maya is still stuck over there at the inner temple. Don't you worry, pal. As soon as it's all set, you'll be the first to know. Thanks, Gumshoe. Hack, cough. Cough, hack, hack. No problem, pal. Just try not to give me that cough of yours, okay? Alright, I'm off. How are you doing today, casemate? Hang in there, Maya. We'll get you out, I promise. But in the meantime, I've got to continue collecting evidence. Well, that is the low bar for how someone could be doing on a given day. Being alive. Narrow path, yeah. Thing looks like it's ready to collapse. At least, more than it did before. According to Bikini, Sister Bikini, Eagle Mountain is very prone to earthquakes. Which reminds me, if my memory serves me correctly, Edgeworth isn't exactly a fan of earthquakes. Back. Sure, my little phone thing is properly lined up here. Larry's little hideout. It's like no one's here. Larry! Laurice, what Larry is going as lately. Sure, he'd be hiding here. Guess I'll try again later. There is a flag that we must raise before Larry will show up again. Laurice Derriere, you know. Come on, please. It's for art's sake, I swear. One guy I know who could be this persistent and high-strung. I'm talking about the heroine here. The heroine in my book. It'll make you famous. Whip. Enough. A fool's fool fools fools who foolishly accept the foolishness of a fool's fool. Oh, that's a fun one. Wouldn't you agree, Phoenix Wright? Huh? Me? Wait a second, I know you. You're, ow. Your reflexes and mind need to shape up. Edgeworth and Francisca have returned to the country after... Both of them kind of left after being very disillusioned. My brain's frying like a sunny side up, and you want me to grill me over a name? Franzi, you can't do that. He has a nickname for her. She nearly whipped him to death in the last trial. So, I guess Larry's into that. I like how instead of having Larry or Laurice, they now have Butts, his last name. Even as we speak, Nick's on the brink of death. Or so I'm told. Whip a dead horse. Isn't that one of your American sayings? No, it's not, and I'm not on the brink of anything. Come on, Nick, tell her, would you? Tell her she needs to model for my new picture book, Franzi's Whippity Whip Trip. Sometimes you need to stop and parse what Francisca says for that reason. Franzi's Whippity Whip Trip. Whip. Before you ask me to model, learn to give at least semi-coherent testimony. And before that, you'll have to learn how to live a semi-coherent life, Larry. I don't care what anyone says, I'm telling the truth. I saw what I saw. He claims to have seen Iris, the accused, flying across the burning bridge, like flight flying, not launched at high speed flying. She flew, I'm telling you. Whoosh, just like that dude with the red underwear. Don't think I'm going to forgive you guys when you come crawling back to apologize. Larry, out. It's amazing how little has changed with you in the past year, Phoenix Wright. Have you been in Germany all this time? That's right. Extending my perfect win record, naturally. Oh, joy. Sounds like she hasn't changed a bit. Yeah, but given her relatively sheltered nature, focused pretty much entirely on cheating at prosecution, you have to wonder what she thinks modeling would mean. It would likely be her standing there, having Larry paint her portrait and then whipping him near to death every time she doesn't like it. Less model, more taskmaster. Has it really been a year since we first met? I still like how she has the same, like, tick that her adoptive father does. Did. Franziska von Karma, the prodigy. I'm starting to get the impression that Franziska has a bit of a fan club. Gave up a promising career in Germany and came to this country for one sole reason. Revenge! The prosecutors in this series are really a colorful bunch. Franziska was born and raised in Germany and became a prosecutor at the age of 13. She had a booster seat at the prosecutor's desk. Her father was the legendary prosecutor, Manfred von Karma. He had a perfect win record for 40 long years, but now he is gone from this world. I have to work on the left-hand side handling of the model. It's a little exaggerated. Right-hand side visible. It leans a lot more than I'm aiming. I also need to move properly for it. It's different than you'd expect. Expect it's actually the camera angle, really. A glance behind the curtain. Don't tell me you still hold a grudge against me because of what happened to your father. Glare. Phoenix Wright, you will fall before me. This I promise. But it will be for my sake, not my father's. Are we clear? Yes, Crystal. In truth, I was shocked. I came back to America with the intention of defeating you. Instead, it was my little brother who was leading the defense. Edgeworth. Come to think of it, Edgeworth was pulled into being a prosecutor by Manfred von Karma as well. She seems to be the kind of person that can put a capital G on a glare. Miles Edgeworth told me something very interesting, you know. He said this case has a special significance to you. Come on, camera. Play nice. That might do. A little better. A little better. Music in Phoenix Wright is still better than you'd expect. A little lower, though. Because it does. And that's precisely why I'm here. Your personal involvement will make crushing you into teensy-weensy pieces all the better. It's probably the fever, but she's so openly hostile that it's almost kind of cute. Ow, no smirking. Oh, good times. No whipping the sick. Oh. That foolish fool doing such a foolish favor for such a foolishly foolish fool. Make no mistake, Phoenix Wright. I came here for one thing, and one thing only. To pulverize you. It's not like I thought you were here to bring me some Cold Killer X, you know? It is a supposed anti-cold medication that Dahlia was trying to use to kill Phoenix. I went over the whole case file on the flight over. You read the whole thing? Yes. Every last word of every last sentence of every last paragraph. All the ridiculous things you did to make it a very interesting read, you know. All the things you did made it. Attempting to cross a burning bridge. Did you even consider the dangers? Yeah, there is a lot of opportunity for a baka suffix on some of these sentences, isn't there? No. The only thought in my mind was, I have to get across. A fool who doesn't think is more foolish than a fool who foolishly thinks. Okay, well, I guess there's thinking going on. Somewhere in that sentence, there's thinking going on. So her propensity to deploy that whip to the point of rendering people unconscious pushes her towards the Yan side of the equation. Like, you know, soon until she becomes fully attached, and then Yan once she is. Shu said he'd let me know once the bridge was repaired. Maya, she's got to be okay, I just know it. Is it Yan or Yan? I don't know. Plus, I need to ask her what really happened at the Inner Temple that night. Ma? It's one long sigh. Sister Bikini. My, I didn't know you were here. How are you doing? Jiggly laugh. You don't have to pretend to be in a good mood for my sake. I suppose I've made a terrible mess of things, haven't I? Her testimony was shown to be unreliable by illustrating that there were a lot of things that she was getting wrong. Mystic Elise, now that you think about it. There's an acolyte stuck at the inner temple, and that poor little girl has gone missing. That little girl? You don't mean Pearls, do you? I'm afraid I do. She has a lot of really expressive animation, too. Like, multi-stage kind of animation. She hasn't been seen since the morning after the incident. Pearls? She's missing? Why didn't anyone tell me about this? I must be getting old. I think I've seriously lost faith in myself. Are you talking about your performance at the trial today? You believe me, don't you? I'm not a liar. I would never lie. I know what I saw. I saw Elise pull the sword from Mystic Elise's... Iris pull the sword from Mystic Elise's body that night. I'm certain of it. At least I was until this morning. I don't see any Cyclops. She must be telling the truth. It's the magic stone that Phoenix has that lets him see when somebody is keeping a secret from him. And they let him kind of talk through it in such a way that it'll get them to reveal it. He gave the stone to Edgeworth while he was in the hospital. And Edgeworth called them psycholocks because he had no idea what Phoenix was talking about. So why are you so unsure of yourself all of a sudden? You know that artist who testified after me? I saw Iris flying with her white hood fluttering. Felt like I might start flying myself. When I saw that man testify so fervently about something so impossible, I started to wonder if I had acted like him when I was on the witness stand. I wouldn't take that guy too seriously. He's an artist, but all he draws is trouble, and nothing else. If both Bikini and Larry are telling the truth, that can only mean one thing. They both didn't see what they think they saw. On the night of the incident, you met Iris at the Inner Temple. Is that correct? That's right. I'm sure it was Iris. But Iris claimed she was in her room in Hazakura Temple. I wonder if... Iris is not Dahlia. Or is like... it doesn't make sense for it not to be Dahlia. Does she have an evil twin? I know I shouldn't have come back here that night, but because you did, Maya is stuck all by herself at the Inner Temple. I am so sorry. The drafts in that place are nothing to shake a stick at. Winter is especially bad. I'll bet the training hall looks like it's about to fall down any second. Eagle Mountain has always been prone to earthquakes, just so you know. But maybe Dahlia is the evil twin of Iris. And that's who she saw at the other side, because I don't know, reasons I'm not sure. Earthquakes. Yes, I wouldn't be surprised if the next big one levels the training hall. Got to get Maya out of there fast. I feel like your flyer should mention this kind of thing. The area on the other side of Dusky Bridge is isolated like an island. Like an island? How so? Well, the only thing on that side of the bridge is the inner temple. No one lives out there, and it's surrounded on all sides by the river or the forest. I see. So a criminal would be trapped should they choose to flee in that direction. As long as the bridge is out of commission, he or she will have to stay there. That means Maya could be stuck out there with a murderer and no way of escape. With no way of escape. Oh dear, yes, I suppose it does. Please, Gumshoe, get that bridge up faster. I'm curious about a few things if you don't mind answering some questions. Do you need to know my measurements for your investigation or something? No. I want to know a little more about the victim, Miss Elise Dunham. I'm afraid I don't know her waist size, or her bust size for that matter. No, I'm wondering why she came to stay in this place in a place like this to begin with. I mean, she told us herself that she wasn't here for spiritual training. Hey, Sherbet. Hey, buddy. Getting some back scratching going on here. My, it makes it sound like this place is some sort of dump, Mr. Wright. Mystic Elise was here to soak up the natural beauty of Eagle Mountain, if you must know. There, you did it again. I notice you always refer to Miss Dunham as Mystic Elise. Oh? Yes, now, why is that? After all, she's not here as an acolyte. We address all of our visitors as Mystic. Makes their experience feel authentic. And anyway, she's older than me. You must respect your elders, you know. Well, there's a lie going on here. How do you know that? How can you say for sure that she's older than you? Here we go. Oh, that's a 5. Most of the time that we've encountered them during this trial, it's been 5. And they haven't let us unlock them. Seems Miss Elise Dunham was no ordinary visitor after all. And there's Pearls. She was with Miss Dunham on the evening of the murder, and now she's vanished. It's all got to be connected somehow. Why did Pearls have to get mixed up in this mess? Please, Mr. Wright. I know you're worried, but try to keep it together. Oh, man. My head's throbbing so bad it's killing me. Pearls, she was with Miss Dunham on the night of the murder, remember? I have a temple to run, you know. I was busy preparing for the training. I didn't see the little darling even after we'd finished eating dinner. The murder didn't take place right in front of her innocent eyes, did it? According to the detective, she hasn't turned up at her home either. Come on, keep calm. There's one place left where Pearls could be. She just has to be there. Come on, Gumshoe. Tell me you'll be done with the repairs soon. Don't see anything new out of place here, so we're gonna look around. This is where Sister Bikini witnessed the incident. It's hard to imagine she was lying on the stand, so maybe there are some clues that have yet to be found. The main gate's on the other side of that stone wall. The difference in elevation is almost 10 feet. That's how steep this hillside is. That's also the height the body fell from, according to the autopsy. Is it possible that Miss Dunham was pushed from the top of the wall, on top of the wall? They get quite a bit of snow up here on Eagle Mountain. Around here, skis aren't just for fun. They're tools for getting around. But the sled, now that's got to be for Bikini's own personal entertainment. Miss Dunham's staff. So we have the staff, and then we have this sphere with some blood on it. I guess Larry eventually found the sphere near the foot of the Dusky Bridge, but what was it doing all the way out there? The Shishishito. It's there in Mystic Ami's right hand. But it was proven in court today that it wasn't the murder weapon. Given the design, it must have been used for some pretty gruesome things in the past. There are a few of these stone lanterns that's clearly made of wood. So it might be that he referred to, maybe there's a type of lantern that they're saying. Without the city glare to compete with, I imagine they would seem a lot brighter. I guess Sister Bikini must light them now, since Iris can't be here. Hey there, Zombie Lord. Welcome. We're picking back up with our Phoenix Wright playthrough here. Lots of chirpy birds. Somebody, hey! What was that jarring, inconsiderately loud yell? Well, this is where you've been, keeping nice and warm, I see. Detective, have you finished repairing the bridge? Yeah, I did. I told you I'd let you know. Well, then I'll come along with you and... Sorry, ma'am, no unauthorized entry. Access is restricted to people involved in the case. What was that? I'm involved, aren't I? You couldn't be much more involved than me. Well, yeah, but that's not what I... Whip, whip. It's been a while. Scruffy. It's... Whip, whip, Miss Von Karma. And she whipped him unconscious. As she is wont to do. Sister, please leave the investigation to me. My, well, you certainly seem to have everything under control. I'm on your side. I won't do anything you don't want me to. As you work to pin the guilt on Iris. Whip. What are you daydreaming about, Phoenix Wright? Oh, that hurts, you know. Silence! I, Franziska von Karma, will personally guide you through your investigation. So you will follow me. You could kind of see her having the stereotypical Nazi officer voice, you know? She's not seriously going to follow me around, is she? Okay. Hey. I'm wondering where they got a single strip of wood long enough for that bridge. Some incredible old growth tree has died for a single plank. Because I can't spot any seams in that. Things have certainly become a lot more hectic than before. They must have connected with the commenced with the investigation. Oh, Mr. Nick. That voice. Pearls. Mr. Nick. I'm gonna put out some kitty lures here. Cat check. Turbot's a catnip fan. They have been summoned. Wonder how long they'll be there. So it was you were here ever since that night. I was so lonely, I thought I was gonna die. When I woke up in the morning, I saw that Dusky Bridge was gone. I realized I was all alone. She was all alone. Must have been very trying for you, little girl. Well, now, did the whole Maya goes Super Saiyan theory actually happen? Jeez, Sherbet is really into the catnip. Frantically hoovering every last little bit of dust up. I am Franziska von Karma, the prodigy. There's no need to worry now that I'm here. You're the prosecutor who was so mean to Mystic Maya last year. Well, I don't like you. You're nothing but a little girl without your whip. Wow, Pearl going for the throat here. Mystic Maya didn't do anything wrong, but you were so mean. I'll never forgive you. Pearl's got her on the ropes. So she whips Phoenix. Why are you whipping me? I didn't even say anything. You didn't have to. The smile on your lips gave you away. I can tell you're mocking me in your mind, Phoenix. Anyway, Pearls, weren't you with Maya? Ah, I'm sorry. It's all my fault. Huh? What are you talking about, Pearls? I Mystic Maya. Hey, wait, Pearls. She just ran off. Whip. That was cruel, Phoenix, right? To make a little girl cry like that is inexcusable. What's that all about? Pearls acting like that. It's giving me the creeps. Oh yeah, Sherbet's a fan. Guess I better take another look around since I finally got a chance. Especially since something about this place seems different from 2 days ago. Phoenix Wright. What? And would you stop calling me by my full name like that? Was this once a prosperous port? Port? Yes, that metal hook is a mooring post for boats, you know. Oh, that's an anchor for one of the wires that's used to hold up the bridge. I think the wire that was tied to this one probably snapped when the bridge burned down. I mean, there's no way there's ever a port all the way up here. Whip, don't get smart with me, Phoenix Wright. I didn't say anything. It's a weird smell coming from that incinerator. The door is also open, almost like it's begging me to look inside. Well, let's see what stunning clue is concealed in here, shall we? Huh? It's empty. How naive of you, Phoenix Wright. But it's a bit strange, don't you think? Franziska von Karma. I seem to remember... There was snow on this incinerator the first time I saw it. They're all milling around trying to find more catnip. In other words, someone's been using it to burn something recently. Listen, Phoenix Wright. It's impertinent to call people by their full name. It was only copying you. Look at all the Buddha statues lined up along this path. Phoenix Wright. Do you think this is how many siblings the head nun has? Why don't you ask her the next time you see her? You know what? I think I will. And she'll probably slap you for prying into her private affairs. These are those elements where you can look at it and say, no, we're clearly not in the United States, where you have the fully traditional temple, not like a faux one trying to take on the appearance, but you have the stone Buddhas by the roadside, all that kind of stuff. They're like, no, it takes place in the US so that it's familiar. No, we can slide along. Whoop. Don't really see anything different here, though, so we'll move along for now. Oh. Big old padlock in the same design as the Cyclops. And there's a bunch of... Well, I'm going to hope that was like food or something like that that's thrown over the tapestry there. The unrolled wall scroll. Yes. Indeterminate goo. That's what it should be. Yep. Indeterminate goo. What's wrong? Why are you so quiet? Maya, she was supposed to be in here training. Yet it appears she's nowhere to be seen. What's that? That strange lock. That wasn't there 2 days ago. This whole room is really giving off some strange vibes. What do you think this yellowish poster is, Phoenix, right? It's a scroll, not a poster. It's a picture of a woman who's actually... A woman? I don't see any woman here. It's a different atmosphere in this room since the last time I was here. No, it's not a different atmosphere. It's a different smell. It's gravy. Well, I mean, there were a lot of possibilities. I had not assumed gravy was one of them. What's the matter? This scroll, it's been completely covered in gravy. Ah, yes. There is a very appetizing smell in the air. But gravy is a type of sauce. So when you run out of paint, you Americans use gravy as a substitute. I see. And no, no one does that. For starters, it stinks. I mean, if you're using bad gravy... This must be the gravy we had with the roast on the night of the incident. But why would anyone do this? Why this scroll? Hanging scroll updated. It was Misty Faye, I think Maya's mother. Obscured by gravy. Obscured by gravy is a fun phrase to have in a sentence. I don't think there's any circumstance where obscured by gravy is not comedic. Cat check. This guy is antagonizing Ember again. So you can see a paper bag there, kind of top center. That paper bag is made of a thick paper that has been essentially has catnip mixed into the process. So, well, for one, we're going to see how long that paper bag survives. But it's already been turned upside down and moved from where it originally was. This door. When I was here 2 days ago, that weird lock wasn't on it. Those chains, it's almost like as if they're guarding something inside that cavern. I've never seen a lock quite like this before. I have. I have seen locks and chains just like this before. They look just like the ones that guard a person's secrets during a psych lock. Wonder if this lock is guarding something too. I mean, it's what locks do. They are all over the place right now. Ember creeping into the play area. You can see a tail sticking out of one of the tubes. I think that's sherbet in the tube. Cats sometimes have that small child view of hiding. My view is clearly obstructed by this object I'm in, so I am totally hidden. Dark secrets in a dark cavern. What took you so long? I thought even you'd managed to get here faster than this. Godot. Prosecutor Godot. I didn't know you were here. Prosecutor? How come you didn't show up at the trial today? Ah, could ask you the exact same question. They're all converging. I wonder if we're going to find out what Godot's grudge against Phoenix is. And how his hair got bleached white. And why he became a cyborg. All these questions and more on the next Phoenix Wright. I had a cold, so I had something slightly more important than a common cold to deal with. The importance of which is something you have no hope of ever understanding. It's a little-known part of the cyborg surgery process, but you also get an excellent soundtrack built into whatever your implants are. It varies by person. Enough. I believe I have the measure of you. Or the very worst kind of prosecutor. What could be more important than a trial? Who's the wild mare, Wright? This is Miss Von Karma. She was the acting prosecutor in your absence today. Well, I guess I owe you one, then. But you can go on now, Princess. It's time for the big boys to take the reins. Oh, man. Is she gonna whip him into unconsciousness, too? Because he might retaliate with coffee. And that's a battle I want to see. Just who do you think you are? This case is my... Hey, Philly, know your role and shut your mouth. I can't stand... Wow. He went from, you know, a tinge of misogyny into, just floored it. I'm only gonna say this once, Lady Von Whippingberg. Go home. Phoenix Wright. What are you hitting me for? Ha! You deserve more cracks of the whip than that, Trite. What? You still don't get it, do you? You don't realize that you've set something in motion that you'll never be able to undo. There's something different about Godot today. I think it was more the calling her Philly than know your role. And, you know, time for the big boys to play. Getting a strong sense of something from behind that mask of his. Is it anger or is it sorrow? You had some important business and that's why you weren't in court, huh? So what was it? I told you once before, but perhaps you don't remember. I've returned from the depths of hell to do battle with you. He had to get his immunosuppressants for his implants. You Ah, cool, Zombie Lord. When I get a chance later, I'll set your roles so that you're able to see more of the, all the other boards. I've learned something most have not. I've experienced something most have not. Death. You died? Of course, being extradited from hell is a tedious affair. The meticulous regeneration and adjustment of all of your internal organs is... Let's just say modern medicine allows us all to live to a ripe old age. He is a cyborg. Tell me more, cyborg prosecutor. Hey there, Levi. Welcome. Even someone like me. So, you mean that mask you wear is this ugly device? I promise it's not a fashion statement, my unenlightened friend. Without this, I can't see your frequently dumbfounded face. Cyborg. There's backstory here, and they're not telling us. How you doing today, Levi? I didn't know. My eyesight is pretty messed up. Even with these huge goggles on my head, I still can't see everything. Still, I won't keep this worn-out piece of junk of a body going with regular servicing. I'm sorry, but you say you've experienced death? How is that possible? What happened? Why don't you ask him? Huh? Me? Yeah, Trite. You. You should know all about it. You know when my life ended, and who ended it for me. Well, Phoenix Wright, do you? I don't know what he's talking about. Kitties are being scarce. Although, to be honest, I do feel a little tug at the corner of my memory. I think I do know how Godot was killed. Will all become clear in due time. I mean, maybe that's why he throws coffee cups at people's heads, is he wants to inflict the same injury that he suffered on them. Like, you know, he was nearly blinded in some sort of terrible 18th cup of coffee accident. Isn't that right, Trite? Earlier you said I've done something I can never undo. What did you mean by that exactly? The inner temple here on this side of Dusky Bridge is an isolated island. That's what Sister Bikini said too. And I wonder, Trite, do you know what the police are doing here today? What do you mean? They're searching. Searching for any trace of an acolyte who went missing. Missing? As leader of the search party, I can tell you with absolute certainty. Maya Fey is not on this side of Dusky Bridge. I think my theory of Maya going Super Saiyan and flying across the bridge is accurate. Like, whatever this special, power-up ceremony was, she burst into chi flames and went flying. Huh? But that's impossible. She came here that night, and I won't say it again. The chances of her being here are nil. Excluding, of course, one very unique place. Where is that? The Sacred Cavern, the entrance of which we are standing at right now. It's the only place that the search party has yet to explore. So they haven't searched that cavern yet, huh? Be aware, though, that the temperature inside frequently falls below freezing. Even if she were in there, the chances of her being found alive are slim at best. No! Which means, Trite, that you sent Maya Fey to her death. Wow, harsh. You fool. If that's the situation, why aren't you in there with a search party right now? You must have blinders on, my equestrian angel. Don't you see the big old lock and chains? Bolt cutters, sir. It's a trick lock. I'm making preparations to open it as we speak. The chains. The lock is too strong. Look at what it's seated on. Well, Trite? Once again, a woman dies because of you. Is he blaming us for the death of Mia? That is true. Those are big old chains. Once again, what are you talking about? Don't tell me you've forgotten. It was only 2 years ago, after all, when the last unfortunate woman died because of you. Because of me? And do you know who that was? It was Maya Fey's sister. That's right, Mia Fey. I mean, pretty sure she was killed because she was investigating an information broker who decided to kill her to keep her silent. Like really sure. There was a whole case about it. You killed her. That's not how it was. I mean, Phoenix and Maya were accused of the murder. It was 2 years ago. Mia Fey was pursuing someone, a man. But she bit off more than she could chew. She made a very dangerous enemy. Yeah, that's one case I'll never forget. But I got that guy, personally. Sure, Miss Fey's murderer was caught, but that won't bring her back. Well, no, but you were with her at the time, you and no one else. It was your responsibility. You should have protected her. I mean, he wasn't there. I mean, I expect they're trying to illustrate that he's being irrational, but... You say Mia Fey was your teacher. Well, then I'd say you've learned nothing, Trite. You robbed her of her life, and now you've let her sister suffer the same fate. I haven't sentenced Maya to death. What is this peculiar-looking lock? Why don't we just break it open? It would be a simple matter of... I'm afraid we can't do that. This area has always been prone to... Okay, explain. Prone to earthquakes. The repeated tremors have weakened the foundations of the training hall. Any excessive force used to break the lock would... Let's just say the inner temple in the sacred cavern would be a thing of the past. What kind of lock-breaking force is he claiming? Is he like, you couldn't open this lock without a shaped charge? There's some anime level narrative causality going on here. Then dare I suggest the obvious solution of opening it with the key? Ah. Sure, just show me where the keyhole on this trick is on this trick lock. There's no keyhole. That's right, an interesting puzzle, huh? The person who set this lock is the only one who can open it. Then who was it? Simple, the accused. What? Iris. When an acolyte undergoes training inside the sacred cavern, the attending sister is responsible for locking the entrance. Obviously, the night of the murder was no exception. Maya Fey was to train in there. Sister Bikini did mention it a number of times now that I think about it. She said that Iris was left in charge of supervising the early stages of the training. So Iris, the accused, is the only one who can open this lock. It is. They're like, well, we can't use explosives to open the lock, so there's no way. I've arranged for her to be brought here now. Iris is the only person that can open this lock? She gets here soon. Hang on in there, Maya. We'll get you out. So, I should be getting back to work. Wait, Godot. How sure about Maya are you? There's no doubt in my mind. She's in the sacred cavern somewhere. It's the only place she could be. You'd better start praying. You'd better pray that friend of yours brings the accused back here soon. Edgeworth. Listen up, Trite. There's only one thing I want to say to you before I go. I'll never accept you. Never! Well then. I was kind of hoping for a different backstory than, I blame you for reasons. It's like, sure, you weren't there when the actual murder occurred, and sure, you weren't, you weren't found culpable for it, and you found the actual murderer who said that they, eventually confessed to doing it, and, it was entirely because of you that the real killer was brought to justice, but I still blame you. It's like grabbing some random bystander to the announcement police make about a crime that happened and that they've solved it or something like that, and then saying, but this guy, this guy in particular, well, screw this guy. You should choose your friends more carefully, Phoenix Wright. That's what everyone says. Looks like I don't have much of a choice. Guess I'll just have to do what I can for now. An antique dresser. Don't you dare open it, Phoenix Wright. I know how Maya feels when I tell her not to touch things. What a pity. It's full of nothing but old clothes for the acolytes. I thought we weren't opening it. I'm from the prosecutor's office. I can do anything. They admit it. Yeah, you can do anything, except stand up to a 9-year-old girl. Can I smack it with the Magatama? Apparently not. I can only present evidence to people. Oh no, should I or shouldn't I? Sounds like someone talking to himself, but where's that coming from? Yeah, I guess I better wash that off. That's what I'll do. No, but I can't do that. I'm a detective. My brain, this is driving me nuts. Whip. Is something troubling you, Scruffy? Please don't whip me like that all of a sudden, sir. It was merely a simple greeting, a friendly tap on the shoulder, with my whip. Oh. So, what's up, Gumshoe? Something on your mind? How did you know, pal? Perhaps you were trying to decide if you wanted to wash that off or not. How did you know? Oh, yeah, I nearly forgot. You can't go through that little gate there, okay? You mean that one that says no entry on it? I kind of already snuck in there. You know, they've never explained what that little red thing is. You know, maybe it's supposed to be a pencil? I don't know, maybe it's the straw through which his brain was sucked? So what's behind there, Scruffy? Huh? A kind of garden-like garden. A garden. Yeah, anyway, it's under investigation right now, so keep out. I'm not telling you, I'm asking you, pal. You got me? Isn't it normally the other way around? Well, see you later. So, shall we adjourn to this garden, Phoenix Wright? Of course, what else would we do? I really want to know what Gumshoe was thinking of washing off. Ah. It's a strange feeling in the air. I wonder what it is. Strange feeling? Forget about that. What's that strange writing on the stone lantern? What are you doing here, sir? I thought I said you can't come in here. Don't you know, Scruffy? Avant Karma will always show up whenever there is a clue. There are plenty of clues to be found here. But... So how's the Inner Temple investigation going? We have the best forensic team in the world working the place. A forensic team? What was the outcome of this scientific study? Nothing. Scientifically speaking, the place is as clean as a whistle. Really? That's simply not good enough, Scruffy. Do you think I'll let you get away with that? Uh-oh. Well, there were a couple of things that bothered me when I first got here, sir. The stone lantern and the surrounding area that's not covered in snow, right? They looked kind of fishy to me, you know, scientifically speaking. So I got the lab boys to look them over. The results were... It's kind of hard to say, actually. So I better look myself. About Maya. Oh, did Mr. Godot tell you yet? Yeah, we heard. He's got a search party out looking for her, but there's nowhere else she could have disappeared to on this side of Dusky Bridge. All we can do is wait for Mr. Edgeworth to get here, pal. Do. Boop. Alright, restream. Yeah, I figured. Yeah, restream doesn't react to moderation actions. So once an entry has been made, it doesn't go away. I suspect I'd have to have it set to be, like, pre-approve every message, but then YouTube doesn't have that. Anyway, Edgeworth. He's escorting Iris, the defendant, over here. We'll have to wait, since she's the only one who can open the door to the sacred cavern. I think Edgeworth wants to talk to you about something too, pal. Huh? I wonder what it is. Just don't be expecting any good news when you talk to him. When I spoke to him, Mr. Edgeworth sounded so down I felt like I was drowning. Sounds pleasant. It's a charm or something poking out from the snow. Looks pretty old. There's a leather cord tied to it, too. Apparently, it belonged to the victim. To Miss Elise Dunham? Yeah, there was a broken leather cord around the lady's neck. The ends of the cord found on both the victim and this charm match exactly. Doesn't look like a leather cord. Sounds to me like this little trinket is going to be my ticket to getting some very big answers. What the heck is that? This is going to be another one of those, the name is daubed in a strange way kind of thing. You spotted it, huh, pal? Are you kidding me? It couldn't be more obvious. It says Maya. Yeah, and before you ask, it's written in blood. You will answer all of our questions now, Scruffy, without exception. Yes, sir. Even beyond mind control, Von Karma actually planted a tracking device on Gumshoe and followed him around with it. A couple of torches here. There's at least a few or several. Get several at that point. Guess you need all the light you can get up here in the mountain. Looking at those things, pal. Looks like they've been lit pretty recently. Recently? How recent are we talking about? As recent as the night of the murder. Maya was training here on the night of the murder. It's not unreasonable to think that these things were lit up at the time, I guess. A little lantern, a little statue. Certainly a quaint little garden. Oh! What is this huge bowl here for? Well, I know this one. It's a water bowl, isn't it? Everything else is completely frozen over, but the ice in this bowl has been broken. That's true. I wonder if this has any impact on the case. Well, I doused my face earlier with the water in this. I was getting kind of sleepy. Whip. Next time you're sleepy, you need only come to me, got it? This is odd. There's no snow on the ground here, and it's an almost perfect rectangle. It couldn't have happened naturally. Appears as though someone carefully cleared away the snow. Whip. No doubt it was you, Scruffy. No, it wasn't me. It was already like that when my men and I got here to start the investigation. It wasn't the police, then who did it? Oh, yeah, there's something I need to tell you. Just between the three of us, okay? What is it? It's top secret. You can't tell anyone, got it? Understood. Well, when I was a kid, I got knocked out of the local wrestling contest, you see? I was so disappointed I just picked up my mouth guard and cried all the way home. And I got in so much trouble when I left it on the couch. Oh, he's gonna hurt any moment now. Is that it? That's it. Whip. Whoever cleared the snow away must have had a reason. Though I can't even begin to imagine what that reason could be. I mean, perhaps the source of the blood that is daubed onto the statue and then spattered down it, leading almost all the way to the ground? Maybe that has something to do with it. Maya, so these letters are written in blood? Yep. What's worse is it's the victim's blood. Huh? This is Miss Dunham's blood? We haven't done a detailed analysis yet, but it's looking that way, pal. Most interesting. Phoenix Wright, I presume you know, don't you? Why Maya's name is written upside down? That was really bothering me too. But I just came up with the answer, the results of my own special gumshoe investigation. Really? Do tell. Well, on the night of the murder, the stone lantern was upside down. Anyway, there's really only one logical explanation to this mystery. Miss Elise Dunham wrote these letters herself, in her own blood. Reminds me of the first death in Danganronpa. Perhaps she was, like, up against the lantern, you know? From the writing in the victim's blood and the other clues left behind, it seems pretty likely this garden was the scene of Miss Elise Dunham's murder. At least that's our current theory on how the events took place. What? So Miss Dunham was killed here. However you want to look at it, that's what people are saying now. Then what Sister Bikini saw in the courtyard of the main temple was... Well, what was it? If that wasn't the scene of the crime, what did she see? What do you think? Whip. Surely a special gumshoe investigation would reveal the answer? But wait a second, the bloody writing and all the other clues here. Someone could have easily set that up after the murder, right? Sorry, but that's not an option, pal. Why not? How quickly you forget, Phoenix Wright. Ever since the incident occurred, this place has been completely inaccessible. Because Dusky Bridge was completely burned out. I was overseeing repairs on the bridge the whole time. No one came over here before me and my men. Which means no one could have planted all this stuff here. Can't think of a counter-argument to that. I should have washed the blood off the lantern as soon as I got there. This is really the scene of the crime, and I need to figure out exactly what it was that Bikini actually saw. Hopping around between the locations, seeing if any new flags are available. Like this. It seems you have a visitor. Mr. Wright. Iris, I'm really glad to see you. Godot managed to mobilize the police by claiming a state of emergency. Not him again. Never mind, we gotta hurry and unlock the sacred cavern. I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. It's my fault someone so important to you is locked in there. Mr. Edgeworth, can we finish our conversation later? All right. Let's hurry to the inner temple, then. I'll see you later, Wright. Wait, Edgeworth, I'm coming with you. Sorry, Wright, I can't allow you to come with us. What? I hate to be the one to break it to you, but Maya Fey is in a rather delicate position. What do you mean by delicate position? This isn't simply a rescue operation, right? It's also an investigation. That being the case, we can't allow members of the public to interfere. On, Edgeworth. If anything happens, you'll be the first to know. Please understand, Wright. Mr. Wright, all that matters is that Mystic Maya is rescued, correct? Listen to the voice of reason for a change, Phoenix Wright. From now on, consider anything beyond Dusky Bridge to be off limits. Excuse us. Well. This is no time to be standing around, Phoenix Wright. Aren't there other things that demand your attention? She's right. Thanks for reminding me. Sister Bikini looks like she's shrunk some since I last saw her. Don't be so rude, Phoenix Wright. What's wrong, Sister Bikini? Hello, you two. How are you doing? Jiggly laugh. Sigh. From the sound of that sigh, I guess she's still pretty down. Iris was just here, you know. She was accompanied by that handsome, crimson-clad prince. Is she talking about Edgeworth? It was just a courtesy call. I wasn't allowed to talk to her at all. Oh dear, it's all my fault that this has happened. Poor Iris. She was worried about my back, would you believe? What have I done to her? Only what you had to do, sister. You bravely and truthfully testified about what you saw. There's no shame in that. And we'll see to it that your testimony wasn't made in vain. I don't hear anyone else saying that. Miss Blue Suits doesn't seem to share your opinion, I see. Mr. Blue Suits. Huh? Whip? Glare. Oh, yes, you did great, Sister Bikini. Whip. Absolutely spectacular. He told you. It's less of a, her modeling for Larry would be less of a him painting her and more of her whipping him to get him to do it better. I can hear a sound. Ember is in the catnip bag. It's a little cloth toy that she's batting around from inside it. He's like, no, it's mine. My catnip bag. Mason's all offended that she swung at him. You two are the only ones who've said that to me. Can't shake the feeling that I just became a shill to a shrew. You have a problem, Phoenix, right? Sure, she was brave to testify so truthfully like that, but I know she's still hiding something. It's time to break those psych locks. Save. Bop. See, it's the same, except instead of a keyhole, it just has the Magatama symbol on the top. Mr. Bikini, the truth is becoming increasingly clear to me. I'm convinced that Miss Elise Dunham had a special significance to this temple. As to why she had a special significance, I believe this has to do with her true identity. What are you talking about? She was... Mystic Elise was an author, just an author of picture books. To be honest, I had my suspicions almost immediately after I met her. Suspicions? Misty Fae? Now I do. This piece of evidence proves Miss Dunham's true identity. I think the gravy scroll? Well, what do you have? No, not that. Of course, I don't know why it didn't hit me before. Your heart, it's impure. It's riddled with wickedness and fallacies. That's why you keep coming up with these funny ideas. I recommend Mrs. Elise's book, The Magic Bottle. It doesn't have a childproof cap on it. She was a wonderful author and illustrator, that's all. Honest, I had my, Oh yeah. I think most of the time we've seen the Cyclops, it's been like 5 of them, Tass, during this trial. There we go. This thing that we freshly found. Hello there, Tess. Slow but reasonable, huh? Miss Dunham had this charm with her at all times. Where did you... This isn't some cheap good luck charm, either. Then, what do you think it is, Mr. Wright? What could a talisman like that possibly mean? The talisman, is it? Interesting. Oops. This thing speaks volumes about who Miss Dunham really was. This talisman and one other item unequivocally proves her identity. Is it... Okay, can we use the gravy pitcher now? Yep. I mean... Okay, so it is the second piece that proves her identity, but I had to show the talisman first before I could deploy it. Obscured by this gravy stain at the moment. But this scroll shows the master of the Korean channeling technique. The crest at the top is a sign of that honorable title, the same thing that's on the talisman. The very same crest that adorns the talisman the victim carried with her. Gasp. This crest is reserved for the master of Korea. Who on earth told you that nonsense? I've got no idea what you're talking about. The new master, Maya Fey, told me. What? You mean that acolyte is Misty Fey's daughter? Yeah. Are you sure? Yes. In fact, since her eldest daughter passed away, Maya is Misty Fey's sole successor. Mystic Misty! Okay. Yeah, they did this with Larry, too, I believe. Where you poked him a little bit and all the locks shattered. Mystic Elise graced us with her presence about a week ago. When she showed me the talisman with that mark on it, well, I nearly fainted. No one had seen her since she disappeared 17 years ago, after all. What is the significance of this talisman, sister? The Kurain talisman? It's the symbol of the Master of Kurain. The bearer must carry it with them always until their death. Until their death. So Elise Dunham was really Maya's mother, huh? She was Misty Faye, the master of the Kurain channeling technique. The truth comes out at last. Looks like we're making some headway here. Tell me, sister. After 17 years, why did she choose to show herself now? Because something happened that called her out of hiding. What happened? Well... Earthquake. What's happening? It can't be. Oh, earthquake. Arg. My goodness, the inner temple. This kind of tremor might... The inner temple? The sacred cavern in the training hall. It might very well cave in. Well, not gonna try with those symbols, but, hey there. Maya! It seems to have passed. Well, we can't just stand here and do nothing. Let's go. What? Where? To the inner temple, of course. Where else? Sister Bikini, we'll finish this later, all right? Of course, you run along now. People may have been hurt. I must get some first aid kits ready. That is correct. This is a... We aim for spoiler-free, both explicitly and by implication. Come on then, Phoenix Wright. They won't bar you from entering as long as I'm with you. Thank you. Right at that moment, I had the worst feeling in my gut. We just had an earthquake. I wonder if he's all right. Edgeworth has some lingering phobias from being trapped in an elevator where his father was killed by Manfred von Karma, and subsequently Edgeworth was implicated in the death. And I believe blamed... Like, that was the incident where he became... started aiming to become a prosecutor instead. But the whole kind of claustrophobia earthquake thing... So I think it was an earthquake that cut the power in the elevator. Still lingers. Are you thinking about Edgeworth? Come on, let's go. Hurry to the inner temple. Right. What are you doing here? Erg. That's right, that's right. Because he recalled picking up the gun, and it was implied that he may have fired the bullet that killed, but that von Karma was actually the one that killed his father. And the second gunshot went through the door and hit von Karma, which was the thing that kind of sealed von Karma's fate, was the presence of the bullet. That he had been shot in the past. and just avoided the treatment that would have implicated him. How do you expect us to understand if you don't speak up? Whip, whip. Why am I the one getting whipped? She's gone. No. The defendant, Iris, she's gone. Gone where? She fled. She escaped. What? Bum, bum, bum. So it was just now, during the... If you'd like me to be able to address you by name, if you could give me, like, a phonetic or something like that to use, then I can do so. It's easy to see Edgeworth's one and only weakness, his fear of earthquakes. Should have known better than to escort the defendant alone. As soon as the ground started shaking, everything went dark before my eyes, and I stupidly passed out. It was the worst decision I could have made. That incident haunts you to this day, doesn't it? It's no excuse for letting the suspect get away. I can't believe I let it happen. Getting them all hopped up on catnip seems to have had a good result. Can't believe I let it happen. Right? The inner temple area is a dead end, so she could have only escaped to this side. We haven't seen her. And we need to get a manhunt underway and search Eagle Mountain from top to bottom. Wait, Edgeworth. Have you thoroughly checked the inner temple yet? Don't be ridiculous. Why would I? The inner temple's like an island. There's no way to escape but to cross. No, that's not it. Iris isn't the type of person to run away, Edgeworth. What are you talking about? Sister Bikini mentioned something when we were with her. She said that the sacred cavern might have caved in because of the quake. And you think Iris might have gone to the inner temple to check on the situation. Listen, Edgeworth, I'm sure she's at the inner temple. A manhunt is not necessary. Let's not waste any more time. We need to get to the training hall's sacred cavern. Especially the one on the left right now. He soaked up a lot of that catnip. All right, let's go. Fortunately, the sacred cavern hadn't caved in, but what we found was something none of us could have ever expected. Huh. How can there be even more locks? What is the meaning of this? Iris. Please tell me what's going on. I mean, that's what happens when you fall from a great height into a fast-flowing river, is you just get the sniffles there. Surely you wouldn't be injured. Right. Is this what Godot was talking about? Yeah, the trick locks. Now then, Iris, please remove these at once. Mr. Edgeworth, I'm afraid I can't. It's not possible for me. What? During the earthquake, when the cavern was in danger of caving in, Iris escaped. And I know there was only one lock when I last came here. So you're saying you can't undo the new locks? Yes. If only I was stronger. Edgeworth, how are you feeling? You look a little pale in the face. Like you're one to talk with your face all green. Miles Edgeworth, go and get some air. I'll watch over the suspect. You go and get a grip on yourself. It's like the convergence of a lot of major characters in this one. Don't be ridiculous, I'm perfectly... Whip. No telling what sort of mistakes you could make in your current state. Go and get some rest. It's your only concern now, Miles Edgeworth. Understood. I'll handle the investigation in the garden. You take care of things here. I wonder if Phoenix's apparent illness is different in the Japanese version. Because referring to it as like he just got a cold, but was actually hospitalized for at least a couple of days, and is now still feeling the effects and describing them as like serious illness. He's got so much pride that he's probably off crying in a corner of the garden. Pride is simply an... Oh, misclicked. That said, one must have pride to be effective on the job. At any rate, it seems this is where we part ways, Phoenix Wright. I'm going to stay here and see if I can't help solve these bothersome puzzles. Well, thanks for your help. Now then, do you mind if I ask you a few things, Iris? Not at all. These trick locks are a sacred treasure of the Korean tradition. There are hundreds of ways to set them. That's why only the person who set the lock can open it. And you aren't the one that set these locks? I don't think it's that simple, Franziska von Karma. When we were here the first time, there was only one lock. But now, somehow, there's 5 of them. What does that mean? It means that someone wanted to secure this place even more. And they wanted to secure it before you got here, Iris. Presumably because they wanted to make sure Maya couldn't get out. But the fact that you came running here by yourself means that you're going to be implicated in setting them. Well done. This means that Iris can only open one of these locks, the first one. That's correct. What? Iris, try to think, please. Isn't there any way around this? Well, like I said, there are hundreds of different ways to set the locks. I suppose if I went through every combination with each one, I could remove them. But it will take time, won't it? Yes, about a day if I had to guess. A whole day? Well, that's pretty good. Well, that's better than leaving the locks in place. Will you do this for us? Sure, I'll do whatever I can. We've got to wait another day? Hang in there, Maya. You're going to have to call on your inner strength now. Why did you make a run for it, Iris? I'm sorry. I heard the inner temple had been severely shaken by the strong quake we had. I was so worried I just had to come and see. In other words, you didn't run away to escape the law. At least we're clear on that. I can't tell you how relieved I was when I saw the sacred cavern was all right. But what? When I saw these chains here. I saw the extra locks. At least they are properly showing that the hinge opens inside. But the hinge is another indicator that there is a vulnerability to this door, both in the fasteners of the hinge to the frame and the door itself, and then the actual bolt for the hinge. Those are all attackable points, and if you remove the hinge, you could just push that door open. And hinge exposed behind chains. Hinge fully exposed behind chains. Who in the world would do something like this? You know what, Iris? There's still one thing I don't quite get. And what might that be, Phoenix Wright? I think it's obvious. Iris, on the night of the murder, where were you? Huh? Please, Iris, don't give me that look. You told us that you were in your room at Hazakura Temple at the night of the incident. But you were seen that same evening at the Inner Temple. And then, you were spotted at the scene of the crime in Hazakura Temple too. Being spotted at both Hazakura Temple and the Inner Temple, it's as if you were... Well, Iris, I think it's about time you told us the truth. Okay, 3, then this is solvable, most likely. There's something going on here we don't know about. Save. Smack her with the Magatama. Bop. I think it's time you told the truth about what you were doing on that night. You said you were in your room the entire time. Do you still claim that to be the truth? Yes, that's where I was. I believe you're innocent. That's why I want to believe what you're telling me, too. But I can't. Because this person saw you somewhere else on the night of the murder. Talking about Sister Bikini, of course. Sister Bikini. Her testimony in court today was very clear. That night I was helping an acolyte with her training, but... well, as you can see, my back likes to act up, violently. So I left Iris to help the acolyte and returned to the temple. Sister Bikini didn't just see you, she spoke with you. You two talked about Maya's training that night. Pushing some buttons real quick here, folks. Anywho. So you see, Iris, you were there at the Inner Temple on the night of the murder. That's very impressive, Mr. Wright. The Acolyte's actual training was due to start after 10 o'clock that night. I left the main hall early so I wouldn't be late. What time was that? You see, it takes about 20 minutes to walk between the main hall and the Inner Temple, so would have left about 9:40. I'm sorry, Iris, but lying just doesn't suit you. Huh? You say you left the main hall at 9:40, but what you say doesn't add up with this. You yourself testified to the contrary, don't you remember? You said you rang the lights out bell at 10 o'clock that night. Gasp. Plus, only moments before you rang that bell, you were seen at the main hall by the most reliable witness I have. Who's that? Me. Mr. Wright. We even spoke a little that evening. That's when you gave me this, the hood. Surely you haven't forgotten. No, that's right. I remember. That brings us to another puzzling fact, Iris. At 10 o'clock on the night of the murder, you were seen in 2 different places at the same time. It's time you told me exactly what's been going on, Iris. So far, I've managed to prove 2 things. First, on the night of the incident, you were at the inner temple. And second, at the exact same time, you were ringing the bell at Hazakura Temple. Only one possible explanation for this apparent impossibility. On the night of the incident, you were seen in 2 different places at the same time, which means there must have been 2 of you. Can't think of any other explanation, Iris. But that's crazy. How could that be? It's only one of me. It's impossible. Impossible? I wonder. The way you're trembling certainly seems to suggest otherwise. Is the evil twin suggestion viable? Is she like the hidden twin sister of Dahlia? You're seriously trying to suggest there's more than one of me? Then show me the evidence. Show me something that proves there is more than one of me. Actually, Larry's paint sketch? I'm gonna try it. Nope. Mr. Wright, when you said there was another me, I was kind of expecting someone who looked like me, you know? You show me something that you are certain about? Know that I have. So we shall do the classic load. Cops are still combing the place. They look pretty nervous. I'd be nervous too. It's got to be a tough job. Especially with someone giving you the evil eye the whole time. Mutter, mutter. How could I have done that? Can't believe it's still bothering him. Edgeworth? Hey, don't you dare run away. What do you want, Wright? What do I want? If you came here to laugh at me, then get on with it. Go on, laugh away. I was ready to hug it out with him, but he's just the same prideful Edgeworth. Kinda want you still to hug him. He's the kind of person that would be shocked and appalled by a sudden hug. You went back to the Criminal Affairs Department, right? You said you wanted to look into something concerning Iris. Yes. And thanks to what I found, I was reminded of something terrible. You guys are putting a lot of effort into the investigation of the garden here, huh? There's a high chance this is the actual scene of the crime, that's why. You mean because of the writing in blood and the talisman in the snow? Exactly. As you know, these things couldn't have been planted here after the murder. Oh, wow. Ember's unhappy. Mason and Sherbet jostled the camera on their way by. That tree it is. But surely you don't suspect. Maya, do you? We have to treat everyone as a suspect, Maya as well as Iris. It's our job, right? So, I guess you still haven't gotten over your fear of earthquakes. No, though thankfully my nightmares have stopped. But still, if the ground gives even the slightest tremor, I find myself short of breath. 17 years ago, when we were little school kids at the same elementary school, Edgeworth found himself in the middle of a murder. It all started with that big quake that hit the courthouse. Flashback. I was stuck in the elevator with my father, who is a defense attorney. We were deprived of oxygen and we passed out. That's when it happened. That single gunshot shattered my whole life. Lost everything that day, all because of the earthquake. My dreams, my family, and myself. It's been more than 17 years now, and that case was finally resolved 2 years ago, right? You think I don't know that? I was there, but it was such a shock I've never imagined I could be so wrong about myself in my life. I'm sorry, Wright, there's nothing else I can say. Not after you chose to become a lawyer for my sake. Not after you saved me. Edgeworth, you're stronger than you think. So no more of this self-pity, okay? He said, in his head, instead of to the person that needs to hear it. There's something that bothered me about her from the moment we met. I felt like I'd seen her somewhere before. No, wait. Not somewhere. I felt like I'd seen her in court before. There we go. This will give us the other identity to put in the profile. She went back to the Criminal Affairs Department to look for her file. I checked over every case file I ever worked on, and I was right. I've seen her face before, 6 years ago. 6 years ago? It was my first appearance in court. And as cases go, it was my worst nightmare. So, who is she? I'm sorry, Wright. I can't give that information away to a member of the general public. What? Why not? Might be a crucial piece of the puzzle that solves this case. Yep, the woman I knew was the daughter of a jewelry store owner. She had nothing to do with Iris and Hazakura Temple. And neither did the case. No, that woman is completely unrelated to this murder. Unrelated? Yes, I can say that with complete confidence. You're wrong, Edgeworth. She's totally related to this case. I need to fill Edgeworth in. I need to explain the connection between Iris and the woman Edgeworth knew. Hop around, get more clues. Finally getting to the bottom of this case. I can count on Iris to break those locks, so I shouldn't try to gather more clues. I should try to. From Sister Bikini, Edgeworth, Gumshoe, and Pearls. Slide. Weird that there's no one around all of a sudden. Sure gets quiet up here in the mountains when you're all on your own. Speaking of alone, I guess I should go check out the shack just down this path. Maybe I'll find Larry there sulking again. I like how he painted himself in his cheap smock. Mr. Nick? Pearls, what are you doing here? Nothing. What about Mystic Maya? Is she all right? Well, we don't know. Oh, I see. What do you think you're doing here, Nick? Larry. This is the loser's shack where losers get together to lose themselves. You're in the right place, Larry. This is the what? Hey, we find comfort in each other's failures, okay? Got a problem with that? Look, Mr. Nick, Mr. Larice did a picture of me. That's, great, Pearls. We're gonna gather firewood now. Be cooking some half-rotten potatoes over a miserable little campfire. So stay out of our way. We've got some serious pouting to do. I don't believe this. Why can't he try getting fired up over becoming a better man? No one believes a word I say anymore. Listen to me, Pearl. You don't want to trust this kind of guy, okay? He'll only let you down. Oh, Mystic Maya. Larry, is there something you want to tell me about this picture? I have nothing to say to you, Nick. My life's here now with Pearl, two losers cooking potatoes together forevermore. What am I gonna do with him? Potatoes. Right then, what do you think about this picture, Pearls? I think it's really well drawn. I can't draw at all, so I think it's really amazing. See, someone appreciates it. It's tough getting the flames to look like that, you know. It's supposed to be Sister Iris flying through the air, isn't it? I love it. It's like a dream, a wonderful fantasy. No, it wasn't a dream. Wait. So, there was another cable held to the suspension bridge. I wonder if it's supposed to be that she, like, ziplined or something across. But Mr. Larice... Sigh, not you too. Please don't look at me like that. Don't look at me like I'm some kind of nutcase, I beg you. This picture really is a representation of what Larry thinks he saw. I was half asleep when I was here that night. I was wide awake after the lightning struck, and I saw what I saw. It was exactly like I drew in the picture. Looks like I don't have any choice but to take this sketch at face value. What's with the look of doubt on your face? Pearls. Yes, Mr. Nick? I've been meaning to ask you about the night of the murder. Where were you, and what exactly were you doing when it all happened? It's just, well, I'm just a kid, you know? I'm sure it doesn't really matter what I was doing, does it, Mr. Nick? Yes. Yes, it does. On the night of the murder, you were supposed to be in Miss Dunham's room reading a book together. But Miss Dunham was murdered and you pearls were at the inner temple. Eh. So what exactly happened that night, Pearls? Really sorry, Mr. Nick. Oh, they're deploying this mechanic all over the place. Hey, but at least it's in an upward arc this time. That's a little different. A little rainbow of mental suppression. I've been a bad girl. That's why I'm being punished. Oh, dear. Phrasing, Pearls. What are you talking about, Pearls? My spiritual power. It has disappeared. What? Her powers have disappeared? What do you mean your power has disappeared, Pearls? It's all over for me. A spirit medium who can't channel spirits is like a painter who can't paint. Like Larry. Hey, what are you looking at me for? I mean, it says a lot when the picture that he's so proud of. Let's take a look. No, it would be fair to say this could be painted. Because it could just be that the application is spotty. But the texturing on it really looks like colored pencil on canvas, you know? Pearls, did you try to channel someone's spirit right here at Hazakura Temple? Tried but failed, perhaps. Weep. Way to go, Nick. You made her cry. It was really cruel of you. Just as I thought, I'm gonna have to break her psych locks to get the truth out of her. Before we go after her psych locks, we are going to go and talk to Sister Bikini. Or try to. Wonder if Sister Bikini's back in the main hall, and I haven't seen Gumshoe around for a while. You remember that? There was an old NES game called Gumshoe that used the light gun. Where you had to, like... It was essentially a scroller. But it was also a platformer, so the screen steadily scrolled to the right, and you had to avoid falling off the bottom. You made the character jump by shooting them, but you also had to shoot targets on the screen. It was called Gumshoe. They're having a cup of tea together somewhere. I bet Gumshoe is Sister Bikini's type. Well, she looks upset. Well, what's the damage? How is the sacred cavern? Looks like it survived, but we have a bigger problem now. Told Sister Bikini all about it. About the 5 locks that were stopping us from getting... Why do they have 5, like, sacred trick locks? You know, 1 or 2 or something like that. Maybe they've got a whole battery of spares, you know? But who? Who could have done that? The only people who know how to set those trick locks are those of the Korean tradition. We have Iris at the Sacred Cavern, trying her best to open them for us right now. Actually, there's something I've been meaning to talk to you about, Sister Bikini. Yes, we were in the middle of a chat, weren't we? Yeah, you were telling me how the Master of Korean disappeared 17 years ago. I want to know why Misty Faye suddenly appeared at this temple. It was about a week ago when Mystic Elise... Does that eye animate there? In any event, hello, welcome. Can't quite see the little logo there. After she showed me the talisman that proved she was the master, she said, "Someone is trying to destroy the Crane tradition's main family line. I'm here to put a stop to them." Okay. Dahlia swore revenge against Mia. I wonder if this is the revenge, is to destroy her family since she couldn't get Mia. This is what I think is the last case of the trilogy, where Misty Faye has apparently been killed by somebody named Iris at a temple. And just to be clear, this is my first playthrough. We're going for a no spoilers scenario, whether that's explicit or by implication. So, you know, don't tell me the answer unless I request it, and don't tell me that there will be an A or a B choice, or don't tell me to choose B in an upcoming choice, because that implies there will be a choice where B is an answer. No worries. Since you're new to the channel, though, I'm Newt Mechanist. I'm a variety gaming streamer for the most part. I play some other things, but we've been playing a lot of detective games lately. So I stream those games and I show my cats on camera. Well, there we go. Right now, we can only see two of them. That is Ember in the back and Sky in the front of the little box at the top of the cat tree. You can see Ember's little orange ear there. She is a diluted calico. I'm here to put a stop to them. Someone was trying to destroy the main family line. There's only one heir to the title of master at any time, and it's usually the eldest. That child becomes the new master of Crane, and her daughter's the main family. All other mediums become branch family members with no hope of controlling the clan. That's why nothing has changed throughout the history of the clan. Branch families always have and always will plot to erase those from the main family line. Is the power of the Master worth this much bloodshed? You believe in the technique, don't you, Mr. Wright? You know its power is real. Yeah, I do. My mentor won't stop returning from the dead to pester me. It's been 2 years since I first met Maya. In that time, I've seen her channel the spirits of the dead plenty of times. During the Mask-to-Mask case, the Maggie Bird trial. Thanks to Maya, Mia's always on hand to help me when I need her the most. The Crane technique has made a huge difference to the world, you know. I mean, the ability to commune with the dead, that's true psychic power, you know. Members of the tradition have always been there, behind every important leader. Who wouldn't respect such a tremendous skill? That's less respect and more kind of sinister. Well, could still be respected and sinister. The idea that there has been a member of the family behind every major leader. That sounds kind of spidery. Outside of her early cases, Mia is amazingly competent. I suppose so, but with all that power and influence, I kind of expected you'd be really rich by now. You saying we're poor, Mr. Wright? You're very direct, aren't you? People don't believe in it anymore, you see. All because of one little mistake. This was Misty Faye's attempt to channel to get an answer to a murder case where the person who they channeled, if I recall, the channeled person lied. 17 years ago, that's when everything came crashing down. All because of that incident. She talking about what I think she is? Sure, the records still exist if you're interested. Locked up, of course. It was called, yep, the DL6 incident. That's the name of the file. I knew it. The DL6 incident? I know it well. I handled a related case just 2 years ago. Ah, that's right. So it was you who was the defense attorney on that case. A murder that took place 17 years ago. It was the first time in the country's history the police ever used a spirit medium. The idea was to channel the victim's spirit to learn the identity of the murderer. And the medium who performed the channeling was Misty Faye, Maya's mother. Through Mystic Misty's channeling, the name of a certain man surfaced. Armed with that evidence, the investigators were spurred into action. But that man, he was found not guilty. That's right, he was. And the case remained a mystery. In other words, we failed. It was the first case the world had ever seen the Crane tradition openly involved in. It was all over the media, the public, the judiciary, and the people of Crane Village. Everyone judged her. Everyone said Mystic Misty's powers were a sham. And then she just disappeared. Yeah, this particular storyline has been running throughout all 3 games. But I know the truth. Misty Faye's spirit channeling wasn't a sham at all. Of course it wasn't. And since you managed to reveal the truth, we're finally making a comeback. The Crane tradition is starting to recover at last. But with a new master wielding the power of the clan... Does she mean Maya? The spiritual power of the Crane channeling technique is in the blood. Maya told me the exact same thing before. We, the women of the Fae clan, have always been spirit mediums. Because of the power to communicate with the spirits flows strongly through us. According to Maya, only the women in the family can inherit that power. The main family's bloodline stems directly from Mystic Amy. But with each new generation, only one daughter becomes the new master. And the ones who don't become branch families, right? That's right. And it's always the cause of tragedy. You know, Maya had a sister, too. An older sister named Mia. Oh yes, I've heard of her. What? You know about Mia? Of course. She became a lawyer in the hopes of discovering what happened to her mother. And lost her life. Do you know what Mystic Mia is rumored to have said? She said it wasn't only because of her mother that she became a lawyer. She also didn't want to fight with her sister over the leadership of the tradition. Really? Well, she saw what happened to her own mother, Mystic Misty, as she grew up. I guess Mystic Mia got tired of seeing all the rivalry between her mom and her aunt. That's right, Misty Fey had an elder sister, too. Misty, having superior powers, managed to usurp the Master's seat from her. Mystic Misty's sister is Mystic Morgan, as you probably know, who helped orchestrate a murder that was framing Maya. And who had terrifying hair. Is a name I know well. It was a year ago now at Maya's home in Karain Village. I mean, you see this silhouette and you think, hat. What she did was terrible. It was all so she could make her own daughter the next master. Suppose if you know about Mystic Morgan's daughter, then you must have already realized that Iris... Huh? Iris? What's Iris got to do with any of this? That Iris is Mystic Morgan's daughter. Pearls has a sibling. What? Iris is what? Is she kidding me? Iris is Morgan Fey's daughter? Okay, so that's going to be used as evidence against Iris. This gives her a motive to kill Misty and to kill Maya. Because if I recall, Morgan implied that Pearls would be the next master. But Iris would be an older sister then. Even if it wasn't her that would benefit, her family line would benefit. Is she kidding me? Iris is Morgan Fey's daughter? Did you just say that Iris is Morgan Fey's daughter? Oops, I thought you already knew. It sounded like you'd met one of Mystic Morgan's daughters already. I have. I know her very well. Oh? Yeah, Pearls. Pearl Fey. But I always thought she was an only child. You jest? That child? She's Mystic Morgan's? I had no idea. It also technically gives Pearls a motive. And since she was over there where Misty was killed, she has opportunity. Like, she was admittedly with the victim. Mystic Morgan, but she's in prison now, isn't she? Yeah. Ever since she was found to be a co-conspirator in a murder case last year. It's like 8 times her head in hair. That's either got to be so greasy that, like, she doesn't need an umbrella, or she must use so much hairspray. Like, just all the hairspray. Like an ozone hole hovers above her at all times. It's all done to set Pearls up as the next master. I see. So I've been wrong all this time. Mystic Morgan had 3 daughters, not 2. A 3rd daughter. Wait, what? 3? Yeah, Iris, her twin sister, and Mystic Pearl. Evil twin. I called it. Twin sister? Oh, didn't you know? It all happened 20 years ago. After the clan leadership was taken from her by her sister, Mystic Morgan's life crumbled. It wasn't many years later that Karain's reputation hit an all-time low. When Mystic Morgan's husband realized his wife would never become the master, He left her and the village, taking her twin daughters with him. And, yeah. And that's when he remarried, and that's where Dahlia's plotline kicks off. How awful. He was a jeweler, you know? Oh, it's so intertwined. In the end, he remarried, and that's when it happened. He decided to give one of his girls up to be looked after by us here at the temple. So that's Iris. It's unbelievable. If Iris has a twin sister, could it be? Could you tell me one more thing, Sister Bikini? What was the name of Iris's sister? I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. I just can't remember. All I can recall is that her father was a jeweler. Well, that's a clue, I guess. A jeweler. Thank you very much. You've helped clear up a lot of details. Oh. It does. Oh, man. Pearls had 2 older sisters. That's right. No doubt it was all because of Mystic Morgan's anger towards the main family. What do you mean? Her twin daughters were taken from her by her jeweler husband. But even that couldn't destroy her dream that a child of hers would one day lead the clan. That's why she had pearls. It seems that the incident here was a result of Mystic Morgan's anger. It's the fact that they've got this building for so long in the game. Like, Mia's murder case is really early when they introduce Misty Faye, her death and the impact on the family, and that they keep periodically looping back and touching on the Crane family politics. Like, given how each individual case plays out, you wouldn't expect there to be such a convoluted storyline hiding. I mean, some of this could be retcon work, but still, it has resulted in something really delicious. It was able to break free of the bars that confine her. So Iris has a twin sister. This is what we need to break Iris's Cyclox. The twin sister thing completely blows the lid off of it. The plot thickens, but this information will be useless unless I can flesh it out a bit. I need to ask more questions and get some more info. So we should get Gumshoe here, right? Okay, so there is an unknown person emitting no noise. And that's what we can hear right now. Somebody we can't see making no noise. So apparently that was humming. Why this music? I mean, it does line up relatively well with what he's singing. No motive, no crime. I remember when we used to search in the Crane in the channeling room in Crane. I love my job. He is quite the goober, isn't he, casemate? Who cares if the clues I find are no good? That's not what investigating's all about. The investigator investigates for the love of investigating. It's a passion. Yes. Good cases we have, good cases we've lost along the way. Is Phoenix implying that Gumshoe isn't just, like, generally singing, that Gumshoe is rapping that? I mean, reggae is on the edge of that, but it's still in that style. So, this feels like it's got to be another translation thing, where when they ported it over to English, they just grabbed something. It makes the whole thing weird. Hey, pal. Huh? Who, me? How long have you been there? I just got here. Oh, okay. Oh, I didn't hear anything. Certainly not you singing. I'm investigating, pal. I made a promise to Mr. Edgeworth. I promised I would find the real murder weapon. The real murder weapon. That barbed sword thing turned out to be a false lead, right? I'm giving it my best shot here, but I still haven't turned up any clues. I just found these weird scraps of paper. Looks like a letter or something. It doesn't seem to have anything to do with the case, though. A letter? All of the characters are converging on this case, Animate. Like, we've got Edgeworth, Francisca, Godot. I think if there are any other... I mean, Von Karma's not going to show up, but... Oh, Manfred isn't going to show up. Even Larry and Pearls. It's kind of an all-star cast going on. I don't know if I should be telling you, pal, but I guess it can't hurt. Looks like the murder took place in the Inner Temple Garden, yes. And they're taking that bloody writing on the lantern pretty seriously back at HQ. What do you mean? I don't have the details, pal. All I know is, if you don't find Maya down in the Sacred Cavern, we're going to be faced with one ugly situation. What kind of ugly situation are we looking at here? You got me, I don't know. Not my words, pal. Then who said it? Mr. Godot. Godot? What did he mean by that? About that letter you found. Don't remind me, pal. I'm busting a gut here trying to find the murder weapon. All I find is some burnt-up old letter. Okay. Is this the thing that might have been, like, somebody tried to burn it in the incinerator? Okay. Be careful. Once night falls, should be there. As soon as you hear the then it's out, lights out bell, you must channel her spirit. Leave everything up to her. Thanks for joining us, Animate. Burnt up old letter. Yeah, it was in the incinerator right outside the Inner Temple. Yep. The incinerator? I knew it. I knew I wasn't imagining it. Yeah. In this picture, when we were there before, and I didn't notice it when they showed the incinerator previously, when we were there before, you see the line, the cable from the little anchor here. There is a tether to the other side of the ravine. But after the incident, the snow had melted away. Which means someone used the incinerator on the night of the murder. What's up with you, pal? I've got it right here if you want to look. Can I? Do you mind? Sure, go nuts. I don't want it, pal. You can have it. It's all spirit mediums and masters and stuff. But it's got no relation to the case. It's only about the kind of people that are at this temple where the murder took place. It's got to be important if it mentions spirit mediums and masters. Gonna give it a good looking over and some serious thought. Make sure you chuck it in the trash when you're done. Littering's a crime, pal. So what do you know about the real murder weapon so far? Well, it wasn't the Shishishito that was found impaled in the victim's body. Mr. Edgeworth proved that in court today. That's true. In which case, it must have been another blade. And that's what you're running around like a headless chicken looking for, huh? Yeah, and man, it is tiring work. But let me tell you something, pal. I'm no chicken. We've got the feather of forensics in our cap these days. We're using the department's secret weapon on this. Secret weapon? Is it gonna be... Oh, I can't remember her name. Is it gonna be the little girl who, helped us when Maya wasn't there? What's this secret weapon of yours? You want to know? You've got to think science. Yep, it's her. Okay, alright. The murder weapon was a sword. Swords are, scientifically speaking, made of metal, right? That's why he keeps saying stuff about scientifically. And the forensics team, it's her. I can't remember her name, though. Any questions so far? No, I know what he's gonna say, but I'll let him look smart. So what's the perfect tool for the job? A metal detector. It's not gonna be her? Raise your hand if you didn't see this coming. Boo! It would have been cool if the little girl was brought back. We'd have another convergence of characters. Well, you want to give a scientific investigation a go? Huh? Me? Been using this thing for hours now. I wonder if the sled... So, Misty is killed on the other side. Her body is transported across, and the sled is used to bring the body here. It's pretty boring after a while. Why don't you give it a try? Oh, no. Should I help Detective Gumshoe out, or no? Play detective. It's good fun, I'm telling you. Alright then, I guess I'll give it a go. This is the department's most advanced gadget, the absolute best. So sensitive you could make it cry. It's so high-tech, you could skydive off of it. I don't get the second part. The so sensitive you could make it cry is kind of funny, though. So now I'm going to tell you how to use it. It's possible the real murder weapon is around here somewhere, right? Sure, that's what we're trying to find. Right, so first let's turn the detector on. That's the sound of the metal detector's signal bouncing off something metallic. Move the detector around and give this courtyard a good looky-see. Don't worry, this baby will let you know when you've hit something metallic. When it happens, press enter to give the area a good, hard stare. Take a good look at anything and everything that seems suspicious. Looks like there's something round buried in the ground here. Don't touch that, pal. What is it? It's a trap. People set them out to catch us detectives. They're really nasty. A trap for detectives. You mean like those fierce traps with sharp teeth that are supposed to snag your leg? Yeah, those. Got my finger caught in one of those once. Oh, dang. I mean, probably just break a bone if it was a small enough one. There was this bit of cheese and it looked so tasty. I reached out and then bam. I mean, somebody was setting a bait for a really big rat. Though I did live in a place where they used the ones without teeth. But I have seen like the very small ones used as rat traps. A ladder. Hey, look, a ladder. That's a step ladder. This is a running joke. What's the difference? Looks like a normal ladder to me, pal. Surely everyone knows the difference. I mean, they're pretty ordinary objects. The vegetable store guy near my place does it all the time. He even corrects me when I ask for a head of lettuce. That's a cabbage, he says. I'm telling you, they're the exact same thing. No, they're not. They're completely different. You have to plant both of them firmly in the ground before they can grow, don't you? Listen, you gotta take a step back and look at the bigger picture sometimes. Otherwise, you could miss a really important clue. That's advice from a pro. The last person I need advice from is this guy in front of me. That's odd. This sled's made of plastic. It says Bikini Number 1 on the side. Maybe there's something under it. Hey, what's this? A badge? Aha, I've been hunting high and low for that. It's yours, detective? That thing's priceless to a guy like me, pal. A cop can't be a cop without his badge. Sure glad I put that dime in there now. How did you manage to drop your badge here of all places? I know, I bet it happened this morning. I was playing around with the sled. Stop right there, I don't need to hear anymore. This looks like a wallet? That's where it's been. Is it yours, detective? I'm always dropping it, so I put a bell on it. But you still dropped it anyway. Yeah, but now I found it again, pal. Your wallet is completely empty. Well, I drop it all the time, so I don't put money in it anymore. Then how come the metal detector picked it up? Must be because of the bell, I guess. There's layers of stupid going on, isn't there, casemate? Just a pair of skis, nothing useful to the case here. Actually, I'm pretty good on skis, you know, pal. I just love to fly down the slopes with my coat fluttering in the wind. Really? I had no idea. How good are you, then? Well, I'm better on skis than I am on skates, but not as good as when I'm on a snowboard. Like I said, he was younger, like, we saw him still a detective, in Mia's case, one of Mia's cases, and he had a different coat on. I'm wondering if there's some, like, background story going on into the change around him. That's a pretty detailed answer. But you know what I'm best at? Making mashed potatoes and gravy. Guy's losing it. Must be the altitude. We'd better get back to the investigation. That Shishishito next to the golden statue wasn't the real murder weapon, pal. Yeah, I know. I just thought I'd check it again anyway. Oh yeah, that reminds me. Do you know about that sword? It's supposed to represent the multiple branches that life can take, all ending as one. I've heard something about that. You know what I think about sometimes? What kind of life I'd be leading had I not joined the homicide division. You think about that kind of stuff, detective? Of course I do. I think about it a lot. Me as a traffic cop, me as the detention officer, me as the Blue Badger. There's something to be said about the humor value of Gumshoe as the Blue Badger. What's this? A pen? Hey, I've been looking all over for that, pal. It's yours? Yeah, my old man gave it to me when I qualified as a detective. He's just shedding stuff. He told me it's good for sticking in suspects' faces. That makes you detectives sound really nasty. My dream to stick it in your face one day, right? And don't go losing it. An old panhandle or something. How do you know that? Huh? What? It was my nickname in junior high. Like, would it be a mascot costume, casemate, or would it be like a leotard and hat? You know, like, given the things look like a jangly kind of jester's hat with face paint and a, like, full-on leotard. I didn't have much money back then, pal. I used to bum stuff off other kids sometimes, so they called me Panhandler. Panhandler, huh? I can see that. Thinking back, it's actually kind of a nice memory now. That's his wallet. That's the pen. That's the bear trap. Blinking a lot near the staff, though. Stunum staff, isn't it? Scientifically speaking, they're usually made of wood. But the detector is reacting to it. Yeah, but however you look at it, the thing's made of wood, right? I don't bother investigating anything unless it looks like it might be metallic. Isn't the whole point of a metal detector to find metal where you can't see it? It's weird that this thing is causing a racket. Let's take a look at it. Hey, hands off. Examining evidence is a job for the crack. The top is coming off. Look what you've done. You damaged a really important piece of it. Is it like a sword cane? It's a sword cane. I mean, that is a staff, though. So, and the way that they rendered it initially, that blade went the full length of it. Like she held it up, and the gemstone was near her head. So that's a big sword. Like, that's not like a short That's not like a short little kind of rapier-style blade. That is a, she's got a broadsword and a stick that she carries around. I guess her idea of a hidden self-defense weapon is as much about intimidation as anything else. A sword inside the staff. Could it be the murder weapon? Never have guessed there'd be a sword concealed in the victim's staff. Call this kind of thing a sword cane, pal. This one's a real gem. The workmanship is really something else. Well, hey there, Foxy. Feel free to lurk. I appreciate you joining us. Thank goodness it wasn't a cane sword, or else the victim would have stabbed her own foot. I officially give up on trying to figure out how Gumshoe's mind works. If the real scene of the crime was the inner temple garden, then why was the sword used to kill the victim found in the main hall courtyard? Hey Gumshoe, who knows about the hidden sword? No one. Even the police didn't know about it until I discovered it just now. As they say, there's no team in Gumshoe. Doesn't look like there are any traces of blood on it. And I guess it isn't the murder weapon, huh? No. I'm sure someone just wiped it off after the murder. Yeah, of course. This thing's definitely the murder weapon. Great job, pal. It's about the same length as the... Yeah. This is a big sword. About the same length as the Shishishito, too. It must be the murder weapon. Alright, I'm gonna run over to forensics. There's gotta be some traces of blood left, even if most of it has been wiped off. So yeah, the character that I was thinking, I can't remember what her name was, but the gimmick that she brought with her was luminol spray that helped you reveal blood that you couldn't, that had been wiped away or whatnot. See you later, pal. Yeah, look at the size of that sword. And they showed Iris next to it. Next to that sword, it was about as tall as she was. That's a big sword cane. It really is. She has a concealed claymore. Wait up, detective. Huh? What is it, pal? I'm a pretty busy guy right now, you know. You're going to get that staff analyzed, right? Would you mind holding off for just a while? What are you talking about, pal? Please. Just until we find Maya. What's this got to do with her? I don't know, but I'm starting to get a really bad feeling in the pit of my stomach. How so? Look, Maya's trapped inside the sacred cavern right now. And, well, we don't even know if she's okay or not. The more evidence and testimony I hear, the more uneasy I feel. You don't think... Well, that's exactly why she had a claymore, casemate, so that she could harvest arms that she could bear. Let's just wait until we can get inside the sacred cavern. You're looking kind of viridian there. Okay, just stop it with the face, pal. One thing, though. The staff's secret trick. Let's keep it between you and me, alright? If it gets out that we knew about it and we didn't say anything, we're finished. I understand. This is just a regular run-of-the-mill staff. Got it? Okay, now you take good care of it, pal. Thank you, detective. Don't worry, she'll be fine. Gumshoe? You know, there's a place at the base of the mountain. It probably wasn't the murder weapon, unless the assumption is that the killer wiped their own prints off of it and then reapplied prints from the body on it. Because I believe only the victim's prints were found. Yeah, only her prints are on the staff. Be careful. Once night falls, something should be there. As soon as you hear the lights out bell, you must channel her. Channel her spirit. Leave everything to her. Her name is, she is our probably ally, the whole, here is a picture of her. Use it. When you channel her, I know you can do it. Once this is, burn the, also make, don't tell anyone about this letter. Gravely roast the master in the fires of Hades and bring our vengeance to fruition. Wow. Is Godot involved in this? Because he's used coffee puns and talked about how he's come back from hell, essentially. Such a twisty plot line. How about I take you and Maya, when you find Maya, there's a spaghetti place at the base of the hill. This is another, what was it? Was it like there's a ramen place or an udon place or something like that? Instead of spaghetti. Just like instead of we should get burgers, Maya means we should get ramen. Or she originally said. Sure, thanks. Can't help but wonder, though, what was Elise Dunham doing with a staff like this in the first place? Okay, we're going to take a short break. I will be right back in just a moment. I have returned. Just getting settled in, folks. Okie dokie. Nab a snack here. All right. New flag. Was expecting Larry and Pearls to be here. I guess they must have gone to collect firewood for their sulky potato roasting. Night of the crime. Temple. Sister Bikini saw you somewhere else. Playing this back to where it's like there has to be someone else. Her testimony says that you were at the main hall at 10 and that you didn't leave at 9:40. Two different places. There were two of you. Who is this other person? Your twin sister. No. Oh, no. No, I was wrong. You know. I thought I was right with that. Do you know Iris had a twin sister? What? A twin? You can't be serious. Sister Bikini told me, but problem is she didn't know the name of this twin. Nothing about Iris having a sister in the files I checked. Well, Iris was taken in by the temple when she was really young. Apparently her sister was raised by her father, a jeweler, I think. A jeweler? Right, I just might know who this... Okay, we need Edgeworth to ID her and to say it's Dahlia. I had a feeling you'd say that. Let me guess. Her name is Dahlia Hawthorne, right? Yes, exactly. Please tell me what you know about her, Edgeworth, please. It was my first court case 6 years ago. I was a greenhorn, and due to my inexperience, the defendant died. Yes, that's why Edgeworth had a spotless record. And why Mia was upset about her first case, but it wasn't a loss, was because the defendant died during it. He took the poison that Dahlia had prepared for him. So Edgeworth didn't actually lose, and neither did Mia. So Edgeworth had a flawless record after that. You're talking about Terry Fowles, right? You know about that case? You're not the only one who noticed something about Iris and Dahlia Hawthorne. I checked on one of Mia's old files from 6 years ago. Dahlia was a key witness in that case. It's why the moment when Edgeworth... There's a point at which Edgeworth helps Phoenix in the Nickel Samurai case, where you can see that he's starting to realize what amounts to Mia's principles, the principles that Phoenix trained under, and that's the idea that they want the truth out, as opposed to Edgeworth and the Von Karmas, who, when you initially encounter them, they are about winning the case. That is the important thing, is victory in the case, not actually proving something, proving what really happened. That's why that one case is interesting, because Phoenix helps get the defendant a guilty verdict during it. Dahlia and Terry Fowles conspired together to stage a fake kidnapping 11 years ago. That is where Dahlia faked her death. They stole a jewel worth $2 million from Dahlia's father, a jeweler. And 5 years after that, my YouTube connection starts to flake out. Come on, YouTube. You can do it. We're going to give it a moment, wait for it to recover. Well, while we wait, switch over to CatCam. Looks like it's about to recover, because it just spiked into the stratosphere for a moment there. I was hoping that would resolve it, but I think... Good old dynamic mode. Just a moment, we're going to switch over to camera 7. I need to come up with a way to refresh those sources, so that when I switch to a camera, it forces it to update. Because it's like they're going dormant, and I don't want them to buffer what they've seen and show the last thing they saw, because that has annoyed me sometimes. See, she murdered her own sister, Valerie Hawthorne, to keep her from talking. Valerie was going to reveal the plot, and that's... she got killed, and that's what the case actually centered around. Her sister. Well, her stepsister, actually. They weren't blood-related. Valerie was the only daughter of Dahlia's father's second wife. Oh. And this is when she entered my life. The woman who tried to kill me. She poisoned his cold medicine in order to get that vial back. After Terry Fowles died, what happened to Dahlia? Did you check that out? Does it really matter? Like I said, Dahlia isn't connected to this case. Why are you so sure about that? It's simple. Dahlia Hawthorne is dead. That's what the note says. Channel her spirit. She's an ally. What? Well, her metabolic processes are a matter of interest only to historians, so to speak. She is dead. She has ceased to be. She is an ex-person. What do you mean by Dahlia Hawthorne is dead, Edgeworth? Right. I must confess to that in reading her file, I came to know of the murder case you were involved in during your college years. But who channeled her? Because it couldn't have been Iris. Iris was somewhere else. Her channeling Dahlia wouldn't matter. Dahlia Hawthorne was found guilty. Yeah, I mean, Dahlia is straight up a villain. Not as an antagonist, she is a villain. Thanks to the persistence of Mia Fey. Mia Fey. I like how the butterflies burst into flames when that happened. At the time, Dahlia, it's like she was possessed by a demon or something. Do they actually have proof of her death? Because she's faked it once. It's been almost 5 years since that guilty verdict was handed down, and her sentence was finally carried out. Oh, she was executed. Okay, well, she dead. Executed? I'm sure that's a bit of a shock for you, Wright, and for more reasons than one. But do you understand now? She can't possibly be connected with this case. She's dead. And once someone is dead, there's no way to revive them. No way to revive the dead. I wonder. It seems you're not aware of one other connection yet, Edgeworth. And that is? It's about Iris and Dahlia Hawthorne's mother. Their mother got to do with any of this. She's Morgan Fay, a spirit medium from a branch family of the Crane channeling technique. Did you say Crane channeling technique? Do you know something about it? Oh yes. I know it's connected with that fraudulent spirit medium. Fraudulent? I was involved in another nightmare 17 years ago. So, the thing that went wrong with the DL6 is that Misty Fey channeled, I think she channeled Edgeworth's father. And the father pointed to someone else. The spirit of the father pointed to someone else. Because the father was worried that if he described the situation as it was, Edgeworth would be implicated. They were stumped, and that's when they called her in. She was a very famous spirit medium and the master of her channeling school. But you know what happened? As a result of her efforts, an innocent man was accused of murder. She and her powers, they were all fraudulent. Edgeworth. Go to the police records room. It's all in there. All you have to do is check the DL6 incident case and you'll know. Of course, how could I forget? Edgeworth was the victim in that case. You'll understand someday, and then you'll see that the crane channeling technique is real. Yeah, it's Dahlia now. I wonder, if we go back to the temple gate... Okay, I wanted to check and see if we could go back and check the DL6 incident, but just in case. We're rapid skipping through this again because we know the first two answers for sure. There we go. I have a firm grasp on the situation now, Iris. You have a sister, don't you? A twin sister, perhaps. That's right. Dahlia Hawthorne, a woman I know only too well. I had no idea you knew her. Very impressive, Mr. Wright. But she's no longer... Yeah, I know. Her sentence was carried out recently, wasn't it? I'm sorry. Thank you. There's no need to explain now, is there? No need to explain now, is there, Iris? The second you, who was here at the temple on the night of the murder, was your twin sister, Dahlia Hawthorne. But you just said it yourself a second ago. So what if Morgan Fay, who I believe hasn't been executed as of last we knew, so she dead, she's in solitary. What if she sent a letter to Pearls? But no, it wouldn't make sense. Maybe she's still dead. But why would Pearl do it, especially with the rest of the letter? Because the rest of that message is, like, very aggressive. Yeah, I don't... Sister is dead. Have you forgotten that? Have you forgotten this, Iris? This is a channeling dojo, a training ground for the crane channeling technique. That night, someone channeled Dahlia's spirit, and you knew about it. And that's the secret you've been trying to hide from me. She even has they even gave her the same shock animation. I was in my room in the main hall that night. As soon as I heard that I'd been spotted at the inner temple, I knew. I knew it was my sister. Dahlia, the other half of me who passed away last month. Just as I suspected. The Iris that Sister Bikini saw at the inner temple on the night of the murder. It was Dahlia Hawthorne. Why didn't you tell me this before? Because my sister always does the right thing. Excuse me? And because I mustn't get in the way of what she's trying to do. I had already betrayed her once before. I can't do it again. You betrayed her? What do you mean? That's why I have to accept I may be found guilty. It's the only way. What is she talking about? You know about it, don't you, Mr. Wright? About the fake kidnapping that took place here on Eagle Mountain 11 years ago? That was the start of it all. It's what started her down that twisted path. She started to commit crime after crime, and in the end, she lost her life. I have a hard time humanizing her. It's all because I betrayed her. Sad music. How did you betray her, Iris? It was no coincidence that Eagle Mountain is where the exchange was to take place. After all, I helped plan the whole thing. What? But I got scared, so I ran away. What are you talking about? Why would you help her? Stealing $2 million from your own father, that's awful. But I promised that I'd help. And she didn't do it for the money. Huh? It was revenge on our father. Revenge. Why do they add it to the top sometimes? What do you mean by revenge? He was a hideous man. He threw our mother away and then sent her to hell. Her mother? She must be talking about Morgan Fay. Our mother was the eldest daughter of the main branch of the Fay family. The main family had a lot of influence in many business and political circles at the time. As the eldest daughter, our mother was set to inherit all of that as the next master. That's the reason our father married our mother in the first place, for power. But this plan backfired, because our mother's sister took it all from her. She took over as Master of Khura'in. That would be Misty Fay, Maya's mother. But before long, the credibility of the Khura'in tradition hit rock bottom. The new master, Mystic Misty Fay, made a terrible mistake. It was during the investigation of the DL6 incident. After that happened, our father took me and my twin sister away, leaving our mother and our home behind. He hated the place. He said it was a hick dive and that he had no reason to stay there. And that's when you came here to Hazakura Temple. Yes. The woman my father took as his next wife already had a daughter, Valerie. I had no place in his new family, you see. Oh. And I haven't seen my mother once since then. Having the master's seat stolen from her and being rejected by her own family. I've heard she's been very battered, spiritually and emotionally. I'm finally beginning to see how the pieces fit together. I've asked her everything I can in my capacity as a prosecutor. This incident, everything related to it, goes back to the history of the Fay clan. That's what it looks like. Iris, there's just one more thing I want you to tell me. What is it? During the incident in which your sister, Dahlia Hawthorne, poisoned a lawyer, she began a relationship with a certain college student in order to hide the evidence. That college student, have you heard anything about him? Well, I did hear one thing. She said she hated his guts. I see. Thank you for your help. You're welcome. Whip! Hurry up, Phoenix Wright. There's still much to investigate. Leave these locks to me. I'll open them for you. I promise. I suppose I better continue my investigation. There's still one giant secret left to unlock. Pearl's Cyclock. Was it actually Pearls that channeled? I'm guessing back to the Heavenly Hall. Gate. Then the bridge. Then the hall. There we go. Look at that. They really did make a fire right in front of the shack. Oh, Mr. Nick. You're too late, Nick. You came here for one of our potatoes. We've already polished them all off. I think I've pretty much got all the evidence I need. Now I just need to find out what Pearls is hiding. Save. There's dinner on the night of the murder. You were supposed to be in Elise Dunham's room, reading a book together, correct? Yes, I was so happy when she invited me. But I didn't go in the end. You didn't go? No, there was somewhere else I had to go instead. I was so worried I had to go. I didn't know what to do with myself. I was so nervous. So Pearls never went to Dunham's room, because she was too worried about something or someone else. Pearls. On the night of the murder, you went to this place, didn't you? She was worried about Maya. You went here, didn't you, Pearls? Or at least that's what she has claimed, that she was worried about Maya. Looks like she's still not going to open up to me. This is where you went because you were so worried, right? Then the next question is, who or what were you worried about? I'm going to take a guess, and you can tell me if I'm right or wrong. If you know? If I'm right, will you tell me the truth? Okay, you went to this place for one very simple reason. That is... I think it was Maya. Yeah. It's obviously that, what you were so worried about, Pearls. It was Maya, wasn't it? You knew the training Maya was undertaking was dangerous. After all, it was the special course. Quite brave of you considering how cold it is. Young people can be so reckless with their health. Don't blame me if you become one with those you channel. Sister Bikini scared you with what she said, didn't she? And because it was you who introduced Hazakura Temple to Maya in the first place. You felt responsible, didn't you? Thinking about what could happen to Mystic Maya made me more and more worried. I couldn't sit still at all. That's why I decided to go and find out how she was doing at the Inner Temple. It's clear now that you went to the Inner Temple that night, Pearls. What's not clear is what happened after that. About what time was it when you headed over to the Inner Temple? It's probably around 9:30 when I left the main hall. The real training was supposed to start at 10. I wanted to get there before it started. There was so much snow, so I didn't get there until after 10. After 10? How did you know what time it was? Because I heard the bell ringing for lights out. You heard the lights out bell? The Hazakura's bells are pretty small, though, isn't it? The Hazakura bell's pretty small, though, isn't it? You must have really good hearing. I was really trying to pick up the sound of that bell, that's all. Yeah. The note said, listen for the bell. I didn't want to miss it. That would be terrible. She was trying to hear the bell. Tell me, Pearls. Why were you so worried about hearing that bell? Oh, I think I know why. The reason you were so worried about the bell was because of this. You were given some instructions to follow for that night, weren't you? I presume you recognize these pieces of paper? Where did you... In the incinerator at the Inner Temple. Pearls, you were following the instructions in this letter that night, weren't you? That's why you couldn't afford to miss the sound of the lights out bell. I'm speechless, Mr. Nick. You're amazing. These instructions that were found in the incinerator. I believe they were written for you, Pearls. For me? No. As you can see, a large portion has been burnt. But the last section is still fairly legible. As soon as you hear the lights out bell, you must channel her spirit. Who was it, Pearls? Whose spirit were you supposed to be channeling? Taking into account the author of the note and their purpose for writing it, whose spirit would Pearls have been trying to channel? Don't overthink it, Phoenix. It's pretty obvious who Pearls was supposed to channel. Dahlia Hawthorne. It was Dahlia Hawthorne, wasn't it? That was the name that was in the letter. Gasp. It's just as I suspected. It wasn't Iris whose sister Bikini met at the Inner Temple that night. It was Dahlia Hawthorne. Do you know anything about her, Pearls? Do you know what kind of woman Dahlia Hawthorne was? No. I've never seen anyone. I've never heard of anyone by that name before reading those instructions. I thought so. Pearls doesn't have a clue. She doesn't know that Dahlia is her sister. About the instructions in the letter I found, Pearls. Who wrote them? Whoever it was asked you to channel the spirit of someone you'd never heard of. You must have quite a lot of respect for them. After all, you followed their instructions without question. So here's my next question. Who wrote this set of instructions for you? Her mama. Pearls, I have to wonder about something. You didn't have any idea what these instructions meant, did you? Ba-bump. But you followed them to the letter, regardless. Why? Because it was your own mother who asked you, that's why. How did you... I figured it out. The person who wrote you this letter was your own mother, Morgan Fay. Wah? Alright, Pearls, it's time you started telling me the truth. Mr. Nick, Why's she holding back from me? I don't like this. Don't underestimate me just because I'm a child. Huh? If you're trying to say I followed these instructions, I'd like to see some proof. What? Because I don't think you have any. She'd say anything rather than admit to carrying out those instructions. Guess I'll have to produce some more evidence then. One more thing to do it. Alright, Pearls. We both know someone carried out these instructions on the night of the murder. But you're right, there's no evidence that proves it was you. I knew it! However, I do know that whoever did it was a child. Huh? How do you know that? It couldn't have been an adult. No adult would have made a simple mistake like that. Simple mistake? What do you mean by that? I'm sure you thought you were carefully following the instruction. Let's... I know what the piece of evidence is. But here. Gravely roast the master in the fires of Hades. She read that. So, she threw the gravy from the hot gravy from the roast on the pitcher of the master. She gravy roasted the master. Ah! Oh dear. But you misunderstood some of the words, and this is the evidence that proves it. Oh dear. That's why it makes sense that she would do it. Her mother sent it, and she misunderstood the last passage. It was you who splattered gravy on this hanging scroll, wasn't it? What? Why would I do something like that? Do you remember what was written on that letter? Gravely roast the master in the fires of Hades and bring our vengeance to fruition. But you didn't know how to read the words gravely and roast, among others, right? I wonder, roast probably should make sense in English. Gravely, I could see being a little easy to, like, fumble as gravy. But roast, I wonder if the Japanese words are trickier. Because I know that there are some where you could misinterpret the symbols, you know? Remember the conversation you had with Miss Dunham on the night of the murder? Perhaps we can read some books together. Really? I'd love to. I'm not very good at reading. Well then, would you like to practice reading with me? Miss Elise, for example, how do you read this? It says, gravely. I didn't remember that. That's excellent. Wow, this one is... I mean, it makes sense that they saved the best for last, but this is far and away the best one. Oh, that's excellent. Sure, Miss Dunham taught you how to read gravely and roast, but what she didn't teach you is what they meant. Gravely sounds like gravy to me, and the only roast I could think of was the food. And that's why you did it. That's why you covered the picture of the master in gravy from that night's pot roast. Oh, that's amazing. To be honest, I did think it was a bit strange. I guess I really did get the wrong idea. Just a tiny bit. I really am useless. Couldn't even burn the letter properly as my mother had asked of me. Such a simple thing, and I couldn't even do it right. And that's why she isn't able... But who set the locks? Who set the other locks? After dinner that night, I did go to the inner temple, with a pot full of leftover gravy. The gravy. I saw the picture on the hanging scroll near the sacred cavern. Was sure it was the Master of Khura'in, like it said in the letter. I see, and then... Well, it was already way past 10 when I got there because of all the snow. So I went to the inner temple guest area. The guest area? Yeah, I thought I could wait there until the training was over. Why didn't you just go to the training hall? Because Mystic Maya's main training had already started and I couldn't interrupt it. So I just stayed where I was and prayed for her to get through it. But then Pearls, did you fall asleep? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I just couldn't help it. Hey, don't worry about it, Pearl. Who cares if you fell asleep? I fell asleep waiting for Iris too, it happens. It happens. Anyway, then you found yourself trapped at the inner temple? Yes. When I woke up, it was morning. I tried not to cry, but Dusky Bridge wasn't there anymore, and there was no one in the training hall. I thought everyone had left me because I overslept. I threw the letter into the incinerator, then I heated up the leftover gravy and splat. And let off some steam by chucking the gravy on the scroll while you cried. Must have been pretty scary for you, Pearl. I know what it's like. Nick used to leave me behind when I fell asleep at school, too. Don't equate something so trivial with her experience, Larry. It was written right in my mother's letter. It said, as soon as you hear the lights out bell, you must channel her spirit. I was on my way over to the inner temple when I heard the bell ring. So you channeled Dahlia Hawthorne's spirit? No. I tried, but I couldn't do it. You couldn't do it. I've never failed at channeling someone. This is the first time it's happened. I tried, and I tried. Yesterday, this morning, the whole time. But I just couldn't do it. Don't let it get you down, Pearl. It's all... See, if she's not dead, you can't channel her. If you want, I'll come flying through the sky for you. Whoosh, just like that. But she never managed to channel the spirit. Is that why you think your spiritual powers are gone? Yes, I don't know what to do. Isn't there any other explanation for why you couldn't channel a spirit? I suppose there's one other possibility. It's not very likely, though. Could you please tell me what it is, anyway? It would happen if someone else was already... Ooh. Okay, so she is dead. But if somebody else is already channeling Dahlia, it wouldn't work. Someone else? What do you mean? Well, there's only one of each spirit, right? Yep, it's like dating a girl, Nick. You can't see a hot chick if she's already taken. Thank you, Larry. Then that would mean on the night of the murder, someone else channeled her spirit before Pearls could. Someone else channeled the spirit of Dahlia Hawthorne. I'm a failure. I couldn't even grant my mother's final wish. Her final wish? Yes, this letter. This is my last wish, she said. So make sure you follow the instructions carefully. This letter, I definitely need to find out more about it. My mother has gone to a place called a penitentiary. Yeah, I know, Pearls. I visit her every month. And last month she told me. The time we've been waiting for has come, Pearl. There's something I need you to do for me. I hid a letter for you at our home before they brought me here. I want you to read it and do exactly what it says. It's for the good of the Fae clan, my angel. You'll be doing a great thing. Now listen carefully, and I'll tell you where the letter's been hidden. My mother is always nice to me. I love her very much. Yeah, moms will do anything for their kids, right? She said it was for the good of the Fae clan, so I knew I had to help her. I mean, Mystic Maya is part of the Fae clan, so it had to be good for her too, right? That's right, isn't it, Mr. Nick? I guess so, yeah. There was a picture with her letter, too. A picture. Yes, of Miss Dahlia Hawthorne. Usually a picture is enough to channel someone's spirit, but this time... Pretty weird, huh? Larry knows anything about this stuff. There's something else that was strange about my mother's letter. The seal on it was broken, as if someone had already opened it once before. So who got the letter? Sure is pretty strange. Did Maya channel Dahlia? There's Maya. Misty and Maya are two other channelers at the scene. And I believe Bikini has no spiritual powers, or professes to have no powers. Thanks, Pearls, you really helped me out. You're very welcome. My mother is watching over us, so I'm sure Mystic Maya will be all right. Look at that innocent smile on her face. What am I supposed to say to her? Ha. Finally figured it out, have you, Trite? You finally realized how terrible of a crime being painfully oblivious is. Ditto. The entrance to the sacred cavern looks like a freaking puzzle workshop. Guess he's talking about Iris and the lock-breaking effort. But it's all a waste of time. Why do you say that? Because Maya Fey isn't coming back. What? You don't know what you're talking about. How can you say something like that? It was your job to protect her, Trite. Just like it was your job to protect Mia Fey. Yeah, he has an old-timey view, let's call it. You were the man there. You were supposed to protect her, right? Two sisters caught up in the worst circumstances. I realized that, and you were the only one who was by their sides. You were the only one who could have saved them. I didn't know anything about what was going on. What did I just say, Trite? Being oblivious is a heinous crime in itself. Tomorrow. We'll settle everything in court tomorrow. Once and for all. Mr. Nick, is what that man just said true? It'll be all right, Pearls. I'm sure Maya's alive. You'll see for yourself tomorrow. Yeah, that's right. I know I can trust you, Mr. Nick. My dear Pearl, you've done so well, my child. My Pearl. Better that you don't know what you've done. I knew this day would come, for you. The blood of the main family is no more. Now finally, after all this time, the Master's seat is yours. My last great wish. It seems I was just in time. The implication of that statement is that Misty and Maya are dead. Now, whether it's true or not, it's, Good morning. Oh, are you by yourself? Morning, Pearls. Mr. Nick, please tell me what's going to happen to Mystic Maya. I'm sorry, we don't know yet. The investigation is still going on, so I wasn't allowed into the inner temple. Oh, I see. So is Sister Iris still trying to remove those trick locks in the training hall? No, she's the defendant in this case, so she can't be at the inner temple. She's required to be here in court. Then how come she's not in the defendant's lobby? I have to admit that's kind of strange. If you're looking for Iris, she's in the prosecutor's lobby. Edgeworth? What's Iris doing over there? She's going over today's testimony with the prosecutor as we speak. Today's testimony. You heard me. Iris is going to be testifying as a witness for the prosecution. So the prosecution is probably going to accuse Pearl. That's my guess right now. Failing that, it'll be Maya. Wait, what? The prosecutor is squeezing her for a confession, or so I heard. Are you up to? I know what you're thinking, but Francisca isn't going to be the prosecutor today. What? Then who is? Who else would it be but Godot? Godot? Francisca is engaged in some important work at the Sacred Cavern. She's still trying to pop those locks. If Iris actually did set the first lock, she could open that. Exactly. She's been out there all night trying to remove those trick locks. With the head nun's assistance, naturally. We estimate that the last of the locks should be taken care of in about 3 hours. Hope everything continues to go smoothly and we receive good news. Thanks, Edgeworth. Prosecutor Godot intends to nail this case shut today. Be prepared to fight like there's no tomorrow. You don't have to tell me that. Touché. I can already see it in your eyes. You're not the same fever-ridden, frantic maniac you were yesterday. It's strange. On the way here, I decided that today would be the end of all of this. Almost immediately after I made that decision, I felt myself get stronger. Maybe you've passed your cold on to someone else, literally. And with that, I leave the rest in your capable hands. Still don't have answers for most of the riddles plaguing this case. The circumstances around the murder of Miss Elise Dunham, no, I mean Miss Misty Fey. The impossible flight Larry claims to have seen, that's gotta be the cable. If Pearl didn't do the channeling, then the only other plausible channeler that isn't Maya would be Iris. Is it possible how would that end up working? It's how would the bell have gotten rung? That's the question. Because it could be that, like, ring the bell, go across on the rope, kill Misty, but then how does Misty get back over? Because if it's the body could have been thrown down into the courtyard. I'm not sure of the sequence of events. But I know that cable, the cable attached on the cliffside being present previously is going to factor in, and it's going to be related to the flying figure that looked like Iris. I will solve them all and bring this whole tragedy to an end. Oh, and since we don't have Edgeworth trying to masquerade as a defense attorney, we don't have to be in Canadian lawyers' court. Your Honor, what are you... Who, me? Well, my little brother came to visit me in my chambers early this morning. All of a sudden, in the blink of an eye, he developed a scorching fever and fainted. Therefore, I'll be standing in for him. Okay, no, he was supposed to be here. He was supposed to be still handling this case. And that's why Edgeworth mentioned maybe you passed it on. I see, Your Honor. So they're brothers. That explains a lot. My poor brother, he looked a bit pale. Not to mention sad that he couldn't be here. It's impossible to predict what the future has in store for any of us. That's precisely why people feel the need to judge the past. We of the court have been charged with the solemn duty of passing such judgment. Well said, Mr. Godot. I understand exactly what you said, at least up until the end, anyway. Now then, Mr. Godot, please proceed with your opening statement. Humans are fragile, fickle beings. Our hearts change with the shifting of the tides. There's only one thing that remains a constant in this crazy world. The bitter darkness that lies at the bottom of this mug. So then you mean, forget it. What do you mean? Yesterday's trial, during yesterday's trial, the accused refused to admit her role in the crime. But today, she has had a change of heart. Sister Iris of Hazakura Temple has a confession to make. Confession? The defendant? Why didn't she discuss this with me first? Gavel. That's kind of most of what, most of Godot's lines in general are edgy until proven silly. The court will now hear the defendant's confession. Upon meeting a beautiful lady, always ask for her name and profession. One of my rules. My name is Iris. I am but a simple nun undergoing training at Hazakura Temple. Witness, is there something that you want to confess to? Yes, but first I want to apologize to Mr. Wright. I can't continue lying to everyone anymore. It's all right. What is it? Mr. Wright, I have to admit that I did play a part in this terrible incident. You actually confessing? Are you saying that you were the one who murdered Miss Elise Dunham? No, I'm not, Your Honor. But I dealt with the cover-up after the murder took place. After her spirit left, I took the lifeless shell of Mystic Elise and carried it to the Hazakura Temple courtyard where I desecrated it. What? Order in the court. Witness, are you saying you were an accomplice to the murder? Yes, that's correct. What? 3 minutes in court, and I'm already covered in a cold sweat. So I'm guessing that's actually what Bikini saw. Everyone on the planet is an accomplice to something. It just happens to be, in this case, it's a murder. Isn't that right, Mr. Trite? That Godot. So this is the confession they were conferring about. It pains me to say this, but it looks like Iris's testimony was all a lie. Iris's testimony crumpled up and shoved into a pocket. Now then, little lady, if you don't mind, I've got a question for you. Whose crime were you trying to cover up by your actions? Iris was covering for someone. Now I'm definitely up a creek without a paddle or a life jacket. Been at Hazakura ever since I was a little girl. Hazakura Temple is run by one of the branch families of the Korean tradition. One of our missions is to protect the main family. Sorry, but main family? Yes, and that's why I would dirty myself, if need be, to protect her. The daughter of the master of the Korean channeling technique, Mystic Maya Fey. Huh? Okay. So yeah, Maya's gonna get accused of murder again. That's my bet. Is they're gonna accuse Maya. Wake up and smell the coffee, Trite. She's naming Maya? So not only did you witness the murder, you know the name of the murderer. I'm terribly sorry, but it's true. I saw her commit the crime with my very own eyes. And I cleaned up the area to try to protect her. Is the Dahlia connection a red herring? Is what Edgeworth said absolutely true? Where he said it had nothing to do. Well, exactly, casemate. As long as it's a prosecution's witness, they can perjure themselves like crazy. Whether that's because they are outright lying, withholding testimony on the request of the prosecution, which is also okay, coaching the witness, or because they just forgot over and over and over and over, or misremember. All that's perfectly fine. Everything they say is admissible until you find a contradiction. But a lie is okay. That's ridiculous. Maya could never do such a... The defense will refrain from commenting until the appropriate time. Wait your turn, Phoenix. Let's hear your testimony. What exactly happened the night of the crime? Yes, Your Honor. Thought I was prepared for the unexpected, but I never imagined the case would wind up going in this direction. Went to the inner temple that night, and I saw it all happen in the garden. I saw Mystic Elise strike Mystic Maya with her staff. While Mystic Maya was still stumbling, Mystic Elise moved to deliver a fatal strike. Mystic Maya tried desperately to defend herself and stole the weapon. It was only in self-defense. You can't blame her for it. So it was in self-defense. Mystic Elise was the one who attacked first. So I tried my best to protect Mystic Maya. You moved the victim's body to the temple so that Maya wouldn't be suspected. Isn't that right? Not bad. You've got the instincts of a true criminal. Something's not quite right. I'm sure it was established yesterday that Iris never went to the inner temple that night, and that the person who did go was that woman. Iris even admitted it. It's getting trickier. Please proceed with your cross-examination. Sister Iris, your testimony has changed quite a bit since yesterday. You stated yesterday that on the night of the murder, you didn't go to the inner temple. Did she now? Too bad for you that what she said yesterday doesn't mean much today. Perjury is fine. By the way, where were you when she claimed that she didn't go? It was in the inner temple's training hall. A private conversation between the two of you does not constitute testimony. But it was presented in court as her testimony. That's... in that testimony? That would be properly described as hearsay. Yeah, I just couldn't tell him the truth at that time. Mystic Maya, she's your girlfriend, isn't she? I didn't want to be the one to break it to you that I saw her commit murder. We all understand how difficult this is for you. Now then, let's continue with the testimony. What did you witness in the temple garden? You're saying that the victim attacked Maya. You mean Miss Fey? Yes, it was a truly frightening scene. Mystic Maya was struck hard on the head and looked like she was going to collapse. Hey there, Sighty. We are, this trial has become very twisty. What were you doing at the time? Why didn't you stop them from fighting? Doing pretty good. Doing pretty good. I'm terribly sorry, Mr. Wright. Beverage. Thank you. Has your day been going well? I was frightened and I couldn't move. I couldn't even speak. I was in such shock. That's perfectly understandable. Doesn't sound right. I don't believe this testimony for a minute. What happened after that? She moved in to deliver a fatal strike. Yes, I'm sure of it. She threw down her staff and reached into her robe for a weapon. Wait a minute. What was this weapon? It was some kind of dagger. Dagger, huh? And Elise Dunham tried to stab her with this weapon. To kill Miss Fey. Yes, exactly. So she threw down her staff and pulled a dagger. Well, this thing we can use as a contradiction. Because nobody knows that she had a two-handed sword concealed in her staff. Ha! You look like you did after I mistakenly took a swig of Worcestershire sauce. I mean, it would be surprising, but there are worse things to take a swig of, thinking it was coffee. Though, why did you have a mug of it? Exactly, casemate. It would be like, okay. You have a problem with the testimony we're hearing from your client, lawyer boy? Here's one thing. Your Honor, I have a small problem with the witness's testimony. You do? But this witness is your own client. Yes, well, nevertheless. That's fine. Witness, let's add your last statement to the testimony. Yes, sir. Hey, just a moment. It's my job to say that. Listen, Gramps, I won't say it again. Final judgment will be rendered by me. You're there to bang the gavel, sir. That is all. Okay, now, let's continue. Save. Sword, stick. Sister Iris, there's something strange about your version of events. Huh? Miss Dunham throwing her staff away makes no sense at all to me. But all you can do with a staff is hit someone. Naturally, you wouldn't know this, Sister Iris, but the victim's staff had a special feature about it. As you can see, it's a sword. If Elise Dunham really had wanted to kill Maya Fey, she wouldn't have needed to use a separate dagger. Not when she already had a beautiful blade in her hands already. When she already had a beautiful blade in her hands already. Okay, I thought I misread that. It's a double already. Well, Sister Iris, what do you have to say? That was an impressive bit of investigating, Trite. I would never have thought there was a sword hidden in that staff. But even so, how would I put this? A long sword is unwieldy and thus quite ineffective in close quarters combat. False. Long swords are ridiculously good at close quarters. They are a remarkably versatile sword. Now, without the handle, it's less versatile, like the full handle, but it's still got all of the features. Exactly, casemate. It's a spear, it's a hammer, it's a slashy thing. It's got all the features. Maybe that's why she chose a dagger over her blade. Well, the type of weapon she chose to use isn't what's important. The important thing is that she tried to kill Maya Fey. As long as there's nothing strange about that, there's no problem with her testimony. There is something strange about this whole testimony. Well, Mr. Wright, the prosecution has a point. Very well, Your Honor. The defense will now present evidence to back its argument. Save. It sounds like it's still murder. It's like lesser murder, but it still counts as murder. It's another piece of evidence that shows that this testimony can't be trusted. It's either this or the painting. Let's try this. Oh, no. I'm going to present her picture. There we go. Elise Dunham would never have attacked Maya Fey. How can you be so sure? Because the victim's real name was not Elise Dunham. Her real name was Misty Fey. Okay, that explains why people were saying that why they said her name was probably second name. It's Elise, essentially, two name. Because I guess they felt that pseudonym would have been a, wasn't good enough. Like, they would have assumed, oh, it's just, they just mean her author's name. It's like, that whole thing is why you have an author's name. Is to disconnect your identity. It would serve extra duty in this. Not Misty Fey. Who's she related to? Misty Fey is the master of the crane channeling technique. She is also the mother of Maya Fey. Are you serious? Is it really true, Mr. Wright? Was Elise Dunham actually the great Mystic Misty? No doubt about it. It's like Iris had no idea. I can hardly believe it. The idea that she would try to kill her only daughter, one she hadn't seen in 17 years. Perhaps the prosecution can offer an explanation for why she would do such a thing. Gavel! Upon first hearing the witness's testimony, it seemed natural enough. However, in light of some facts that have just been presented, one, that the victim supposedly threw away a sword during a fight, and two, that the two people battling to the death were mother and daughter, despite the fact being believable when taken on their own. When taken together, the entire story seems difficult to believe. Listen, there's nothing in this world that's impossible. Except for one little thing. And what is that one little impossible thing? You still don't get it. You think maybe my beans are under-roasted, but you think maybe my beans are under-roasted, but you have no idea, Gramps. Could you get to your point? I heard this witness's confession this morning, just as I had taken the sip of my 8th cup of coffee this morning. You're going to ruin your health, my friend. Anyway, after hearing this woman's confession, I had a detective who loves to investigate sent to the scene of the crime. And he discovered this little beauty. An actual knife. Is that the dagger the witness testified to seeing? Obviously, Your Honor. But do you not notice something else? Now that you mention it, if you look closely, there appears to be blood on it. Where did you find that? I didn't see that when I investigated the crime scene. Did you investigate the pine tree at the crime scene? Huh? The pine tree? No, because it wouldn't let us. Dagger was stuck in the backside of the pine tree. The last blow was struck, ending the violent battle between the two women. This little baby was thrown in the direction of the back of the pine tree. Which means the blood on this dagger belongs to the victim, correct? Were you even listening, old man? I first heard this confession this morning, just as I had taken the first sip of my 13th cup of coffee cup of morning coffee. Didn't you just say it was your 8th just a few minutes ago? I didn't have time to get the blood analyzed on such short notice. In any case, the court will accept the dagger as evidence. Furthermore, I order the blood test to be performed on it immediately. This is my sweetheart. Make sure you treat her right. Hey, Liv, get this piece of evidence to the crime lab for testing immediately. Now then, the testimony we've just heard has had numerous unbelievable aspects to it. However, after having found the very dagger the witness spoke of, I believe we can consider her testimony to be credible. Not implausible, not credible. Cute girls never lie, ever. In any case, witness, if you could please testify again to this court. He was there for the first case that involved Dahlia. About that, about what, Your Honor? About the incident you saw, the battle between the two women. Yes, Your Honor. Mystic Maya stumbled briefly after being hit over the head with the staff. So, why did they never check the blood on the sphere that was presented the prior day? But then she dodged Mystic Elise's next attack and stole her weapon. Suddenly, Mystic Elise was the one on the defensive with her back to the stone lantern. Is there something about the training in the inner temple, the extreme training in the inner temple, that makes it so that you can channel someone's spirit? No, that wouldn't matter. That wouldn't matter. Because when you channel the spirit, you become that person. So Maya would never attack Elise. Puzzling. When Mystic Maya stabbed Elise, Mystic Elise managed to fling the knife away, but then she collapsed. That was a very heartbreaking story. I don't know if there were any bad feelings between them, but it had been 17 years since Mystic Misty's disappearance. Perhaps they simply didn't recognize each other anymore. Just a moment. That's right, Lunar. This particular case has been revealed to tie into a running plot thread through the entire trilogy. The mic was off for a little bit to avoid the chewing sounds. But we are back. Now then, Mr. Wright, proceed with your cross-examination. The battle. Mystic Maya stumbled briefly for being hit over the head. Where were you standing when you witnessed all this? What do you mean? Well, if either of them had noticed you, they might not have continued their battle. I wonder if that's true. The two of them, they were standing near the garden stone lantern. I was watching the whole thing from behind. It was dark where the two of them were, so I think that's why they didn't see me. Now, it wouldn't be dark because those torches were lit. So it was dark in the garden when the murder took place. What happened to the victim's staff, then? I'm not sure. The area was very dark, so I really couldn't see. I think it got knocked away somewhere as the fight escalated. That makes sense. That would explain the need for the dagger. Mystic Elise raised the dagger to strike, but Mystic Maya dodged it at the last second. The dagger struck the lantern and fell to the ground. And then at some point, Mystic Maya picked it up. Nothing sounds especially strange yet. What did the victim do when the weapon was stolen from her? You're saying that Maya Fey turned the tables on the victim? Yes. But Mystic Maya wasn't herself at the time. After all, her life was in danger. I still can't believe it. The idea of Maya cornering someone at knife point, it's just silly. As they say, a cornered fox is more dangerous than a jackal. I mean, a cornered anything is pretty dangerous. I believe the correct description of a cornered fox is scared and petrified. Your animal analogies have grown tiresome. You're the one that started it. So after Maya Fey backed the victim into the stone lantern, what happened next? She stabbed her. You absolutely certain that's what you saw? Yes, I'm almost certain. Almost? The garden was dark. I couldn't really tell who was who. What did she just say? So in other words, it could have been someone else entirely. We know that Maya Fey was at the inner temple that night, and that the woman that was killed was Elise Dunham. Isn't it fairly obvious who attacked who? No. Because you don't have a witness that can tell you for certain. But that's not how it works in this world. How it works in this world is that you have to prove that it wasn't, even if there's only the implication that it was. The prosecution says, oh, maybe it was X. You have to prove it can't have been X. Exactly, casemate. It is a stacked system. Like, absurdly stacked. Two of them faced each other for a moment. Then Mystic Maya rushed straight into Mystic Elise. And Mystic Elise doubled over and fell to the ground. The classic knife close to the body running stab thing. So she was stabbed in the stomach, huh? Yes. Where did the dagger go? I have no idea. It was dark and I couldn't see. Yep. Phoenix's ability to pull victories out of his butt is legendary in this game, you know? Stuck in the pine tree. In the back of the pine tree. Being stabbed in the stomach, did the victim collapse right away? Now that I think of it, she seemed to stare at Mystic Maya for a while. Mystic Maya stood there, not moving an inch. It felt for a moment like time had just stopped. But then, suddenly, as if the spell had worn off, Mystic Elise fell over. Seems like a reasonable story at first, but there's one thing that is completely impossible. Very idea of Maya stabbing someone. That alone is impossible, which means this faulty testimony must contain another contradiction in it somewhere. Stab in the back. Okay, I think it's one of these two. So we're going to try this one first. I wonder if either of those spots would work. Something about what? Something about you just isn't right today, Iris. Huh? Until now, I didn't think you were the type to make such a careless mistake. However, the testimony you gave contains quite a few contradictions. What do you mean? What's so wrong about my testimony? According to you, Maya Fey stabbed the victim while she had her back to the stone lantern, correct? That's right. But in that case, the victim would have been stabbed in her stomach, right? I think so. But according to the autopsy report, the cause of death was due to blood loss from a stab wound in her back. This proves that the victim was stabbed from behind, not from the front. Sister Iris, it appears another seed of doubt has sprouted from your testimony. Scream. Is the meaning of this, Mr. Wright? Ah, it's simple. People are like books. We've all got a front and a back. You get my drift? Is that all you have to say? I can also say that darkness loves to play with the human mind. Can you please knock it off with the cheesy proverbs and illogical metaphors already? The point is, too much of this testimony just doesn't make sense. Throwing away a useful staff, the people fighting being mother and daughter, and now she falsely claims the victim was stabbed in the stomach. There certainly are some inconsistencies. Well, Iris, how about it? Well, it's just... if you ask me, you're just being too naive about the whole thing. What do you mean? There are 253 distinct types of bitterness in coffee. Here we go. But to pick out each one requires total concentration and the use of all the senses. Were you really concentrating on what this witness actually said? Prosecutor Godot, explain yourself. The witness was quite unambiguous about her own ambiguities when she said that the garden was dark and she couldn't see clearly. A human needs one thing to see clearly, and that is light. Light. By the way, did you know? Hazakura has a rule that on nights when the acolyte is at the inner temple, the stone lantern in the garden must be kept lit. I did wonder about that stone lantern. If that's true, shouldn't the witness have been able to see the crime more clearly? Normally, yes, Your Honor. But according to the head nun, Sister Bikini, on the night of the crime it was impossible to light that stone lantern. Impossible. It hadn't been used in a long time, and the wick was no good. In other words, it had to have been nearly pitch black in the garden that night. There could have been a faint light coming from the training hall, but that's all. Most enlightening. Haha. That illuminating fact has chased away all the contradictions. No, it hasn't. The staff was dropped, it would be difficult to see. It also explains why they didn't recognize each other. You have just explained that it would be hard for her to identify the participants. No, but she is claiming that she moved the body, so... but how would she know it's Maya? Like, she didn't say she went up and talked to her. The victim being Elise is plausible from her testimony, but not who the killer was yet. We can't see the demons that lurk in the night, and that's why humans are weak. Isn't that right, Trite? Eh. Gavel, gavel, gavel. Here, Your Honor, let me present the stone lantern. Maybe it will rekindle the flame of truth in your mind. Why is the judge just sitting there with that look on his face? What's wrong, Your Honor? Was that flame too hot? This lantern. There's something written on it. Huh? Why, it's written in blood. Oh boy. So the judge didn't know about that yet. Written in blood? It says Maya upside down. What the? Oh yes. That's right. After being cornered and then stabbed by Mystic Maya, Mystic Elise didn't fall down right away. She must have been writing that on the stone lantern behind her. With the blood that was draining out of her body. Certainly looks that way, but that interferes with her argument that she was hiding the body to protect Maya. That she was able to walk over, see the body, but not check anywhere else for evidence.
Objection.
Hang on, just a minute. What are you all talking about? What do you mean, what are we talking about? Talking about is the message written in blood. Nonsense. This lantern, it's as clean as a whistle. Can he not see red? But so the implication would be he can't see red, and maybe he can only see it as the same gray as the statue. Could it be he can't see the bloody writing at all? Now that I think of it, he did say something to me yesterday. Eyesight is pretty messed up. Even with these huge goggles on my head, I still can't see everything. So that's what he meant by that. This is obviously an important clue. We now know that this crime scene was dark, and that the victim scrawled this message on the stone lantern. Mr. Godot, anything further? Mr. Godot? Okay then. Let's move on. Godot is literally shaking, and somehow I don't think it's from caffeine overdose. That man's heart was going to explode. It would have happened long ago. The rate at which he implies he consumes coffee based on the earlier testimony, like, the 13 cups over the course of the day is already troubling when it comes to the trials. But there's plenty of time for the investigation sequence afterwards. That's just wrong. Hey there, Andrew. It's time to turn our attention to you. So I can't recall. Was that a scenario, Andrew, where they had still said you'd still be guilty of murder, but it'd be less? Or was that they would actually be absolved of murder? The victim died. You did something, didn't you? Let's hear it. We're all ears. The cover-up. Mystic Elise died. I called out to Mystic Maya. I thought it was my duty to protect the future master of the crane tradition. So I removed the body from the inner temple by myself. I dragged it behind me all the way across Dusky Bridge. Then I used the snowmobile to carry it back to Hazakura Temple. and I used the Shishishito to alter the way the wound looked. Ah, okay. But apparently they've completely forgotten about that in this case. So you move the body. Yes, I was raised at Hazakura Temple. I owed a great deal of thanks to the Fae clan. But even so, I never imagined that Elise Dunham was actually Misty Fae. I've committed a terrible sin. A terrible trick of fate. I believe you're looking for a twist of fate, Your Honor. I intended to return to the inner temple after taking care of the body, but you were spotted by the head nun, correct? Yes, and that's why I couldn't go back. Your story makes sense, I suppose. Gavel. Mr. Wright, go ahead with your cross-examination. So you waited until everything was over before making a move. No, it's not like that. It's not what I was hoping that they would press on. I was hoping that, the I called out to her detail would be pushed into. So a murder right in front of her eyes. It's not surprising that she was a little timid. I suppose that's true. Sometimes when I'm watching lawyers argue back and forth with each other, I feel so helpless that I just sit quietly and wait for them to reach a conclusion. Isn't your job as the judge to mediate the argument? Until Mystic Maya saw me, that it finally dawned on her what she had done. So then, you knew. You knew the significance of the name Maya Fey. Yes, of course I did. That's odd. I mean, Sister Bikini didn't recognize Maya's name, let alone her position. Anyway, she was a very special person indeed. So I removed the body from the inner temple by myself. Oh, no. Why did you do that? Because I didn't want Mystic Maya to be suspected in any way. I thought the best thing would be to remove the body from the crime scene. You moved her body all by yourself? Yes, I did. Would have been impossible if it wasn't for the snow. The snow, huh? So, well, she didn't mention that she cleared out the rectangle around the lantern. It's pretty amazing you could make it all the way across. That's a rickety old bridge. It looks worse than it is. It's surprisingly sturdy despite its age. It's like they say, idiots are too stupid to catch even a simple cold. But there's one other thing that bothers me. Why not just throw the body into the Eagle River? It would have been much easier than dragging it all the way to Hazakura Temple. I thought it would still cast too much suspicion on Mystic Maya. That's why I tried to take the body as far away as possible. Makes perfect sense to me. For the time being. Anyway, what did you do after you crossed the bridge? The snowmobile? I knew that would show up sooner or later. Yes, I had the key. I used the snowmobile to travel from Hazakura Temple to the Dusky Bridge. This is the part that was in question the other day, which I asked for more detail. You really did move her body by snowmobile, then there should be tracks left in the snow, right? Well, yes, naturally you would expect tracks. This picture presented at yesterday's trial. Are these the tracks from that ride? Yes, I think they are. But I can only see one set of tracks here. I don't see what's so strange about that. Snow was still falling when I left. So the snow was still falling, huh? And then when the murder took place, it had already stopped. That's why there are fresh tracks. Got it, Mr. Wright. What do you think about this testimony? Weather report. It stopped at about 10:50. And the lightning struck. Okay. So the bridge was on fire by the time the snow stopped. Very important. Makes sense if you stack it up against other evidence. Your Honor, I'd like the statement Iris made to be added to the testimony. Does it have something to do with the case? All will be made clear if you allow her statement to be added to the record. Ah, this should be fun. Coffee. Let's get this snow business cleared up, shall we? Okay, so the question is it the... Oh, we're going to try the weather report first, and if that doesn't work, then it's the autopsy report. No. But... A lot of contradictions in your testimony so far. This time, are you sure it's all true? When the murder happened, the snow had already stopped. According to you, that's why the snowmobile tracks were so clear. That's right. I think I've trapped her. This time I had to press instead of presenting evidence. Okay. What's going on here? The snow really had stopped by the time of the murder. I mean, there's a bigger hole in her story than that movie, The Grid Revelations. Okay, so I think he's referring to Matrix. Sure. Well then, Mr. Tripe, perhaps you'd like to share your theory with us. Let's see what's up your sleeve, or rather, at the end of your index finger. I want to believe it, but I don't think my logic is failing. Iris is trying to pin the murder on Maya. But why would she want to do that? Only one reason I can think of. Can I now use the weather report or the autopsy report? Not that. Okay. Okay. Both of those should contradict this. Then there's something else. Should still be fine. There's still a missing part. The body fell 10 feet after death is missing. This is another one of those ones where it's going to be probably an aha moment, but at the same time, it's that sort of, they want a very particular leap. Hopefully we can solve this, because I want to wrap up after this part. It's something about this. Okay, what is it about the scene? There's no snow on the body. That was established. Okay, the snow had already stopped. The lightning would have struck the bridge by now. There we go. So the snow had already stopped when the murder occurred. We had to get that statement to make this one false. Sorry, Iris, but that just isn't possible. What? This is the weather data from the night of the murder. According to this, the snow didn't stop until 10:50. But you couldn't have crossed the Dusky Bridge at that time. Why do you say that? Because 5 minutes before the snow stopped, Dusky Bridge was struck by lightning and had caught on fire. What did you say? The bridge, it was on fire? You don't mean to say you didn't know about it? It was because of that lightning strike that the bridge burned down. What? But it can't be. It looks like you still haven't figured it out. No matter how hard you try to deceive or conceal the truth, you can't pull the wool over the eyes of a real defense attorney. Yavel. That's his primary role, is to bang the hammer and call order. The bridge was already on fire when the incident took place. That's right, the inner temple was already totally cut off from the outside world. There's no way you could have crossed the bridge, body or no body. Witness, even my patience has its limits. Any further lying and I will find you in contempt of court. You have anything to say for yourself?
Objection.
The only person here that is truly contemptible is you. Old man. Me? How dare you? Whether this witness lied or not doesn't mean squat right now. Squat? The important thing now is to find out the truth, isn't that right? Yes, of course, but whether it was snowing or not snowing, or whether the bridge was burning or not, there are two facts that can't be disputed. First, the body of Elise Dunham was discovered in Hazakura Temple. And second, the head nun, Sister Bikini, witnessed Iris desecrating Elise Dunham's body. But, no, we established that she didn't see it being desecrated, because she claimed to see it being punched clean through. But that they established she couldn't have done that. That sword is as tall as she is, and for it to go through the body all the way like that wasn't going to be practical. Let alone how many tines were actually covered in blood. Makes a good point on both accounts. That's right, I'm not lying. What are you claiming this time? I wasn't myself at all that night, so my memory is still somewhat hazy. You have stood at the witness stand and testified this entire time. Are you telling us now that your memory of that night is hazy? It's only human to err. Yeah, but that... You've got to... It's a witness. You're so perfect, Wright. Maybe you can explain this for the court. What is it? When the murder happened, the bridge had already burnt down. But somehow the body traveled across the bridge and was found in the temple courtyard. Perhaps you have some kind of perfect explanation for this little magic trick? Well, not exactly, no. There must be some other way she got across the burnt-out bridge. Unless I can somehow demonstrate it, we'll never know the truth. Looks like the defense is not prepared to offer a suitable explanation. See what I mean? In other words, you're in no position to suggest this lady's testimony isn't the truth. This is one of those sequences where everybody should be pointing to him and saying, then how did the body get over there? She asserts she did it, but the time frame that she talks about and the events that she talks about don't line up. So how is this a reliable witness? All right then, witness, let's hear your testimony once more. About what? You've admitted that you moved the victim's body. Nevertheless, your prior testimony contained a rather large inconsistency. Despite the fact that you were told that you shouldn't tell untruths anymore, please add an explanation for that to your testimony. Yes, Your Honor. Will this be her final testimony? Oh. They have such a lovely plot line set up here. Please don't ruin it now. Okay, we are going to save it here, folks. We're going to save it here so I can wrap up on time. So I want to see how this goes. We're having some bumps because there's a lot of plot contrivance going on here. Like, they're going out of their way to create sequences where you have to intervene when, like, her confession of what happened should have been thrown out numerous times already. Because she's having to update her story repeatedly. This same thing was used to show that Sister Bikini's testimony wasn't reliable. Like, what she saw was considered unreliable. So we're now currently reasserting that what she saw was true, and that no matter how many times this victim, this person says, this is what I saw, this is what I did, and then we show, but you couldn't have, they're still saying, like, well, okay, but it still happened. Like, that's kind of annoying. Hopefully they'll stop that, but they probably won't. But I still want to see how the whole Misty Faye DL6, that whole story arc actually plays out. Because it's cool that it's all converging on this point. That's neat. But yeah. I hope everybody had fun tonight. We are going to be picking up tomorrow with some Danganronpa 2. See how that murder mystery continues to play out. And then hopefully I actually get a schedule out on time for this coming week. We'll have to see. In the interim, I hope everybody has a good evening, and hopefully I'll see you tomorrow. Good night, everyone.